welcome to the gunchallenge.com lobby chat.
bring in the whole active shooter climate these days. That's a hell
Oh. Kulian put out a video about the Saint.
What's up, Flip?
Not much. I think I'm gonna build a BCM rifle with a
I heard you can't keep BCMs and Noveskis locked up together. They fight. They don't get along.
Well, I'm gonna make like a werewolf vampire. I'm gonna fucking like stuff a Noveski barrel into a BCM. Also, I was reading earlier today that the Mod Zero Mark 18 upper is the best. Or Mark 12 upper is the best ever made. There was not a better one made. But the Mod 1 is garbage.
Right on. Well, you gonna buy one?
I want to.
Let's see. I got nothing there. Oh, you got a few weapons. Chat doesn't go on until after Yankees. Yankees doesn't start for another 26 minutes. Rob Pincus is pretty cool. I was listening to him over our Attack Daddy show, but I don't know. You started talking, so I figured I'd listen to you instead.
Oh, yeah, don't mind me. Go back to Tack Daddy. I was just amazed at how popular the Saint was. I thought everyone's gonna be like, this thing's fucking stupid. Why would anyone pay this much for not that great a gun?
Why wouldn't it be that great of a gun?
I mean, because no chrome line barrel.
I thought it had a chrome line barrel.
Not having a chrome line barrel doesn't mean that it's not a great gun, dude. Or that it's even a good gun or a decent gun. Because there's plenty of shitty guns that have chrome line barrels. That's not the definition of a good gun or a shitty gun.
Yeah, all chrome lining does is help.
Chances are what they did is they had two choices, okay? Like, okay, we can either go with a chrome line barrel, which is going to add cost, okay? Or we can keep the price down and go with a non-chrome line barrel, but gain in accuracy. So, you know, I bet you they probably researched the market. What do you want? Do you want a barrel that's like chrome lined, or do you want a barrel that's like this button rifle that you're going to get better accuracy out of, but you're just going to have to make sure you maintain and clean your weapon often? Oh yeah, sure. I would rather have the accuracy. That's what I think most people say. Like, there's so many guns that aren't chrome lined AR-15s that are good AR-15s, man. Yeah, especially with the nitride, coating nowadays. It's not even.
It's not nitride coated either.
Yeah, but am I talking here? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
just
didn't know if you guys could hear me or not. Just saying, all chrome lining does is improve the cleanliness of the gun, you know, and increase longevity because it protects the rifling itself from being worn out. So, I mean, it's pretty much the same thing as like when they chrome line aircraft cylinders. You know, it's just to increase the longevity of the pistons and the cylinder itself. So
it's harder and it has more lubricity.
Well, I'm just saying, for the price that it's at fucking $8.99 for the fucking thing, you can buy a Colt.
That's retail. Where do you pay retail for anything? I sure the fuck don't.
No, that's not retail. That's how much it is. I was just at a store today.
Yeah, that's just because it just came out, dude. Like, give it a couple months, we'll be seeing it on sale everywhere for $7.99, $7.50. Like, that's what it's going to end up pretty much selling at. It's only just because of the hype right now. Of course, it's going to be selling at retail everywhere, but soon they're going to be having sales, $7.99. Fuck, I bet you on Black Friday, it's like $7.99 on Black Friday. Like,
for $7.50.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's going to end up selling for. And who says it's not a good rifle, man? I like the looks of it.
And also, nitrided barrels.
And plus, if you're a Springfield fan, yeah, if you're a Springfield fan and you want a matching fucking rifle to your, you know, XD or your 1911, fuck, there you go.
I want to buy more products from Springfield that's not made by Springfield. And no, it's not a nitrided barrel.
Oh, it doesn't need to be nitrided. The ammo nowadays is non-corrosive. Some of it may be dirty, but it's non-corrosive. So really, all you got to do is you got to punch a patch through it. The metal is stronger than it used to be, so the rifling is going to last longer. It's chrome lining it, like you said, increases barrel life, decreases accuracy, and that's it. I mean, and you talking about people who buy Springfield. I'm going to buy a Springfield that's not made by Springfield, says the man who's buying a Noveski when none of the parts are actually made by Noveski.
No, but the gun is. Well, the gun's assembled by Noveski. My point being is it's priced too high, and it amazes me that people are purchasing it for the amount of stuff that's in it.
And Flippy, you are wrong. The barrel is melanite.
Their fucking website just says it's chromoly.
Yeah,
Whatever.
on the very front page, because that's the steel they use is a chromoly vanadium barrel. That's the steel, but that's not
I
the
pulled up the spreadsheet
coating.
together.
I'm
I
looking at the
pulled the
specs
spreadsheet the other
on. I'm looking on the specs on Springfield's website right now. It clearly states 16-inch chrome moly vanadium, 1 in 8 right-hand twist melanite coated. So it is melanite barrel. And I also believe that the bulk carrier group is. Did they say that the bulk carrier group was melanite too? I think
It's not melanite. I pulled the gun apart today at the shop to look at it because I wanted to see all the bits inside. It's just.
How do you know it's not
phosphate-coated.
melanite if you couldn't tell the barrel was melanited?
Because the reason I'm saying the barrel wasn't because the fucking original spreadsheet that they put out on November 1st with it said that it wasn't. It didn't have anything indicating it. All it said was
It didn't say it
chromoly
wasn't. It
Vanakin or
just
whatever.
didn't say. It just didn't mention it. There's a big difference. I never once see where it says, "Oh, this barrel's not melanite coated," or I never see once where it's, "Oh, this is a standard, phosphate, phosphate finish," or I don't see anything like that states that in the original press release. But on the specs on the website, it sure says it's melanite coated, and it comes with an H buffer. That's a bonus right there. That's like saves you $30-$40. Yep.
Plus, it's got BCM furniture. Doesn't
Yeah,
it have a
BCM furniture.
Doesn't it have a BCM trigger too?
Yeah, BCM trigger, BCM, all the furniture. The site, I think, is a UTG verse site, just rebranded Springfield. That's what I think,
It
but I
is.
could be wrong.
It is a UTG.
Oh, hey,
flip
Dead
up site.
Horse. Dead Horse. G-Webs wants you to stop talking about ARs because you're going to be doing a chat with him later.
The one benefit I will say to the Springfield thingy is that it has a Noveski hole.
Oh, also G-Web says, #Flippy is going to buy a Saint.
Nah, I'm not. I don't have the option to. They're all sold out. The last one fucking sold after I left the shop.
Oh, hey, Flippy, those guys at Allegiance Rifle Works,
Mm-hmm.
they're pretty cool people, man.
Yeah,
I called them
they're
up and I
great.
said, my friend Chris told me you guys might have some arrow lowers. Like, yeah, and I go, about $90. He's like, yeah, and I go, what do you guys charge to ship? Like 15. I'm like, cool. Then I found an FFL out by me, the same one that my godfather uses, and my dad. It's $35 out the door. It's like they charge $10 for the transfer fee and then a $25 registration. So it's like 150 OTD, just under 150. I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah, dude, that shop's great. That's why I go there and pay a little extra for things because they charge a little more than rifle gear.
So yeah, that's what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm gonna go down, buy it, call up Rifle Works again, Allegiance Rifle Works, and say, all right, you guys talk. Do what you gotta do. Give me my lower. I didn't say it was the wizard guy who told me to, call him, but I don't know if that would get me a discount or an increase in cost. Did I just kill a fucking chat again? #chat killer. Hey, Dead Horse, you still there?
Yo,
Yo. All right, cool. Somebody's still here. Fucking thought my computer went on the fritz. I wasn't hearing shit.
No, my wife was talking to me. Yeah, fucking, they're great. The wizard thing might have gotten you a free box of ammo, though.
Well, I'll mention it tomorrow.
Every time I buy like anything from them, they always give me like a free box of ammo.
fuck your ammo.
That's pretty cool. Is it?
Fuck with glow in the dark ammo.
Yeah, is it Noveski ammo?
Nah, they don't have any of that shit, dude. I'm going to special order that. Order like 100 rounds of it. Fucking fire out like, I don't know, 30 of it, and then just sit on the rest.
Why not fire out 10 of it and sit on the rest? That way you can load 3 mags of it.
Because I don't believe in this 10-round bullshit. My magazines goddamn hold 30 rounds. They're going to hold 30 rounds.
Well, then you better buy 120 rounds. That way you can shoot 30, keep 90. Or shoot 60 and keep 30, keep 60. But this way, you know, you can fill up multiple mags so you don't have extras laying around.
My main goal out of like all this is I want one of my Lancers to be like my smoky black Lancer to like fucking glow in the dark, because that is going to be the coolest thing ever.
Wait,
If
you mean
only
like
Noveski
Dead
made
Horse's Little Red
Noveski
Riding Hood?
Lancers.
You mean like Dead Horse's Little Red Riding Hood?
Yeah, except for the bullets will glow. You couldn't tell me fucking Dead Horse would not buy red glow-in-the-dark bullets for his like fucking Red Riding Hood gun.
Yeah, that is feasible. Oh, by the way,
Well, I
Dead
do
Horse.
have red tip, like the varmint, like the red tip varmint rounds for it, like loaded up. But like they don't glow in the dark, you know. But I'm sure I could put like a little red glow in the dark paint on that shit. But
Like just deep.
like what would be better is drilling that red tip out a little bit and then using a red tritium vial and those like 1 millimeter tritium vials and dropping that down into it, because then not only do you like your shit really glow, right, no matter what, that when you hit someone you're gonna like irradiate them. You know?
Not to mention, there'll be a little red dot at the end of the barrel.
Yeah, it would
Those
go
two-
through.
Hey, can you show
That would
me?
actually be pretty cool. I've made my own night sights before, so by
Hey,
just drilling holes and super gluing the tritium vials in. So, like, that's totally feasible. But it would cost, like, the tritium vials are like $9 a piece, I think. So it would end up costing me like $9, like plus the round to make one. Like, you know,
I mean, you could
those
make
are
one,
not the
right?
expensive bullets, dude. Like
You
$10
could make
a
one, right? You can make one, and then like put it in your barrel, and then like do a frontal shot with the camera, of like, you know, with all the lights on and all that stuff, and then you'll have the lights around the outside and a little red dot in the middle down the barrel. It might be a decent picture. I wouldn't stand in front of the camera when you do it, but you know, hey, as long as nobody's around, you set up the camera right in front of it, get a good view, snap that shot. There you go. Of course, you would be looking technically, if you did stand behind the camera, you would be looking down the barrel. Of
No,
the
like you
gun.
could just like hold the camera from the other angle, you know, over the barrel, and you'd be behind the barrel. So no part of you's physically in front of the barrel. That would be more.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. Speaking of which, can you show me your Little Red Riding Hood in all its grand and gloriousness?
Oh. All right, hold on a
I'll be right
second.
back.
Right on. Oh, that's pretty sweet, brother. Turn on the light for me. Can you, or is it like a pain in the ass?
I think the battery actually died because I think I left it glowing all Halloween. Yeah, the battery's dead.
Oh.
So no, I gotta get another 9-volt battery. But I left it glowing on the kitchen table like all Halloween, and it like pretty much like ran all night long. So I don't know, when I went to bed late last night, it was still glowing, I think.
That's pretty badass. Is it?
What's
Did
that?
you do a 3? Is that a 3D cheek welder? Is that cheek welder? Did you do that on your 3D?
No,
graphic
this
thing?
is that high density foam. Remember that big red foam thing I had sitting
Oh
on
yeah,
it?
yeah.
Yeah, this is the prototype one of it, kind of shaved down, just roughly shaved down.
Oh, okay.
How it's like angled, and then see the charging handle. See the charging handle clears, and then it's raised up in the back where the cheek goes. But this is just the prototype one. So
That is a awesome looking rifle, my brother. Very nice.
it didn't turn out too bad. I'm still not done with it. There's I got to finish this cheek piece, which I'm working on the other one right now. Like I said, this one's just a prototype that's just stuck on there. And then just kind of figuring out how thick I wanted it, where I wanted it. I kept putting my cheek to it, shaving it down. And then I know right where to cut the first time on the other one to get the clear lines. I've just been basically shaving this one down as I go and testing it over and over.
Awesome. Are you going to thin down the sides on it too, or are you going to leave the sides?
Do what?
Like, okay, on the foam. See how it like?
Oh, how it sticks out the side?
Yeah, you're going to shave that
Yeah,
down too?
I that's one thing I recently discovered. Once I got it down to this angle, I felt that this was kind of too into my cheek, so I figured I'm going to cut, about a 1/4 inch, pretty much in half of where it sticks out right now, all the way down each side. So like I said, this is still just a prototype, get into where I want it. Because, I'm picky, but I found the rear sight that I couldn't find during the show. That's the rear sight that goes on it. You can see how that clears perfectly.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. The forward vertical grip, are you going to leave that black, or are you going to make a 3D red one, or?
No, I'm just going to leave it black.
I'm thinking like a red vertical foregrip, and if you could, like your fucking scope mount, like a muzzle brake, like that color. That would be sick. Well, no, I think to leave the black because you'll have the red on the inside too, so that'll take care of all that. I just want to see that thing lit up, put together, and see what it looks like one day. So whenever you get a new battery, let me know.
Probably another week or so, I'll probably have this to where I want it. And then I'm going to plasti dip it so it's like all rubber coated. And then, so it'll be like a real nice rubbery kind of cheek weld.
Very cool.
Are you gonna buff out all the blackness on the muzzle device?
No, I'm leaving the muzzle device black.
Wow, okay.
Oh, hey, tomorrow for my show, are you still going to want to sight in that sapper, or did you already sight it in?
No, I haven't even shot it yet. I haven't even gone out to shoot. It's been like cold, rainy, shitty ass weather, and I don't want to go to the indoor range with the rifle. I prefer to go outdoors.
Oh, yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah, so I'm just waiting for a nicer day to kind of come along. But that's pretty much it.
That is badass, dude. It really is.
Yeah, I've got a lot of compliments on it. So, but depending on what the weather is, yeah, I wouldn't mind actually going out and shooting tomorrow.
Well, okay, that raises the question because my show's in the evening. You just do like footage of you sighting it in, or
What time does your show start? Your time?
7 o'clock my time, so I think it's 8 o'clock your time.
So, 8 o'clock my time. Yeah, it would already be dark here.
What time is it where you're at right now?
Like 8 o'clock, I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
8 o'clock.
Yeah, because it's almost 7 here. So yeah,
So 8 o'clock it's dark out. I think right now at like 7 there's still enough light. But yeah, at 8 o'clock it would be too dark to like to even see paper at 100 yards or anything like that.
well, then just shoot it during the day and like record, and then just like
Yeah.
we'll run it. We'll run
Tomorrow's
the-
my girlfriend's day off, so yeah, she probably will be like, I already know it. She's gonna be waking me up early and being like, because she knows I like to shoot early in the morning, because that's like the earlier in the morning you shoot, usually the less windy it is, no matter where you are, because if the sun heats up the ground during the day, even in the winter, as it heats up the ground, that creates a lot of heat rising and creates wind, and so usually early in the mornings, like when I'm shooting for accuracy and any kind of distance at 100 yards or more, like yeah, I prefer to go first thing in the morning.
Well, that's cool. So yeah, if you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. No big deal, you know. But
I bet you that can totally happen, because I guarantee she's going to be begging me to go out, and plus I want to go out for more than just a couple hours, like, because I got like 3 sappers to shoot, to sight in and shoot, and I want to do a comparison between twist rates, and I got some 55 grain, some 75 grain, and then I want to show that that chances are, I think that my 1 and 9 will shoot 75 grain just fine and accurately, and then I want to show like the 1 and 7 shoots 55 grain like perfectly and accurately. Like,
no, that'd be cool, dude. Yeah, definitely. I mean, shit.
and then shoot the 1 and 8, and then shoot the 1 and 8's like just the same, and show like, you know, with a good scope and like all the same barrels from the same barrel manufacturer that look like, you know, these different, like these 3 twist rates, like they're almost indistinguishable at 100 yards. You know, like you got to go out to like 500-600 yards before you can start to distinguish a lot of the differences between those twist rates. So you got to go out a lot further.
That's gonna be cool. If you can get that, that would be spectacular. If you could do that, that would be cool. And that would give us some stuff to talk about. Plus, I did receive one question to ask, or that I was asked to ask the panel. It's a question that's asked a lot, but it's still, somebody sent it in, so we'll address it on my show. And for anybody out there listening, if you have any questions for Friday Night Sights, send it to the heavyvchannel@gmail.com. Little plug there for my show.
I have a question. Is it too late to accumulate an arsenal of AR lowers? Like a million of them?
A million of
Well,
them? Probably.
I would prefer, if I was you, Flippy, I would tell you to buy like only 5 or 6 at a time per day. That's just my best advice to you. Just only buy 5 or 6 per day if you are going to buy a whole bunch. Don't buy more than that per day.
Just start hoarding high points.
Yeah, I'm like sitting here, because I told myself, like flat out, I'm like, nah, I'm done. No more ARs. I'm good for the full year. This year, the next year is going to be about training. And then I'm sitting here thinking, I think I need a BCM rifle.
Don't forget the Mark 12 upper you want to get.
Yeah, there's that too. I'm like, Hmm. Because I may need a BCM rifle with a Noveski barrel.
You've been talking about Noveski barrels since I can remember.
Well, he's got one now for his. He's got that and a bolt headspace to that
Yeah.
barrel specifically.
Every AR I have now has a Noveski barrel in it. I made sure of that because they are the best barrels. And now I will go skedaddle and kill the Krauts.
Well, have fun killing the crowds. I'm gonna jump out and go check out Yankees show.
All right, I'll be back in later.
Yeah, I'll be back in the lobby later. Oh, actually, after Yankee show, I'm going to the I Hate Guns podcast to check it out.
Nice.
So I'll probably see you there.
Wow, what's this? Calguns Glock SoCal Challenge, November 4th. Burrow Canyon Shooting Park. Long Range Rifle Championship, California Rifle and Pistol Association, on November 4th and 6th, 8 to 5. 2-day competitive shooting match open to new and experienced shooters hosted by the Coalinga Rifle Club. Friday night pot shoot. Oh God. November 4th at 5:30. Let's see what that is. Looks like the Cavaliers are kicking the Celtics' ass. Or something. Wessex Blades has some giveaway coming up. Just going through my YouTube feed.
What up?
Hey, Foos, not much. I'm just watching my YouTube feed.
Of
Right now, I'm watching Mr. Polecat's house project update.
oh yeah.
Just go through my subscriptions and look at the feed and who's doing what. I think the Cleveland Cavaliers are kicking the Celtics' ass.
Basketball don't matter.
Well, I was quite happy when the Lakers beat the Rockets the first game of the season. Especially since they no longer have Kobe. Kind of got boring whenever whoever they were playing. It's like all the other teams, have the same strategy: 10 eyes on Kobe and clog the passing lane. So got boring. And they got all young guys. Except for Meta World Peace.
Yeah, I stopped listening a while back because basketball means absolutely nothing to me.
Well, some people don't like basketball.
I wrestled in high school, so that right there tells you basketball fucking sucks.
I smoked pot in high school.
All right, then. At least you didn't play basketball.
Nope. I got into that later. Something to do when I went on my health kick.
I see the Yankee Marshals live.
Oh, God. I swear. Every time he opens his mouth, nonsense just spews out.
Was with I don't know if it will be or not, but it'll.
Does anybody actually do reloads on 7.62 by 39? Or can you just buy the ammo so cheap it doesn't matter?
It depends on what you want to do with it. I mean, there are some bolt guns, some guys that really want to get supreme accuracy, and they will load for them. But at
that's why I asked. Yeah,
at quarter a piece, it's hard. It's hard to justify it.
Yeah, that's why I asked, because my bolt gun is 7.62 by 39, not just my AK. And I had been buying some of those fusion ammos, but it's so much more expensive than the Tula soft points.
Mm-hmm.
So but I save the brass just in case I ever do.
Right. Yeah, some people do, and they some people have used Hornady. Bullets, 311 bullets.
I have to use soft points or hollow points, though. Do Hornady make hollow points or soft points?
I think they make soft points. Or they're ballistic tips, I should say.
Oh, like the VMAX, right?
Yeah.
They make like the VMAX bullets for 7.62?
I think so. They're about 125, 311 diameter.
I don't know anything about it because I'm not a reloader, but
Well, I mean, that's the 7.62.
Right.
It's actually a. It's not a 308 diameter. It's a 311.
Those three makes a big difference, I guess.
Oh, for accuracy, absolutely. And then if you really want to get into it, the 303 is the same diameter. It's actually a 311. But what it does is it's how they measure it. Or where they measure it. Most measure from the base of the lands. I mean, no, the grooves. And British do the lands.
Wait, the grooves are in the barrel, not on the bullets, right?
Right. Both
So-
of them. The lands and grooves are in the bullet. I mean, are in
And
the rifle.
barrel. Yes. So wait, what are they measuring? How can you say they're measuring lands and grooves if they're
Okay.
buying a bullet?
Right, but you measure the lands or the grooves. So the lands are the widest part of the barrel. And then the grooves, which actually cut into the rifle, British measure that. So their 303 is actually a 311 or 312, same as the Mosin.
So they're just measuring it from a different spot.
Yes. Yes.
Well, if it's too big, it won't go through the rifle. So-
All bullets are too big. Like your 223, it actually is a 224 projectile.
So next time I'll know how to explain it when I miss what I'm shooting at. I'll blame it on that. I only missed because it's really a 224.
Okay, so you're looking for there's 7.62. So they run 310, and then so your 7.62 is 310, and your 303. There's two of them. There is a 310.5 and a 312. Most people run a 312 down it.
Why?
More accurate. Those two 1,000ths of an inch. You're fine. Okay, so 310. Here, I'll share. Hornady bullets. These are lead tipped.
Okay, see,
So 34 cents a projectile.
34 cents. Oh, for just the bullets, not
Right.
right for a
But
box
it's
of 100.
it's still cheaper than if you go out and you buy the brass case and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
if you get the imported steel stuff, it's going to be a lot cheaper than this.
right. Well, I can shoot steel out of the, my CZ527, but I was just so far I've only been shooting the fusion stuff, which is brass cased, but so I've been saving my brass when I go shooting, and I'm still just in the get used to the rifle mode. But down the road, I don't know what's going to happen with ammo. So if I have to get into reloading, I will.
Well, if,
Then
you
I'll
also
actually-
you also have to think if there's runs on ammo, you're not going to be able to get into reloading because there's not going to have any primer or powder.
Well, I know that like some people are already out of 9mm. Which one? Somebody did a video. Freedom Munitions is out of 9mm already.
Yeah,
And
that's Freedom. I don't like Freedom's projectiles, which is the extremes. Just it doesn't work well for me. So
Right. Well, I mean, it was only 9mm, so I mean, you can't. It's all the same for 9mm, 115, isn't it? So,
no, it's not all the same.
I mean, for Full Metal Jacket, 9mm is not all the same. 115 grain 9mm isn't.
No, you could get 115, you get 124, you get 147, you can
Well,
get
yeah, I know, but isn't like 115 grain Full Metal Jacket 115 grain Full Metal Jacket? I wasn't comparing apples to oranges. I mean, I know there's different.
no, I mean different loads and what the bullet's made out of, and yeah, there's a bunch of differences. Just
Oh, wow.
like any rifle, is a 168 grain bullet, 168 grain bullet, 168 grain bullet, and a 308? Absolutely not.
Well, okay. Thanks for confusing me more, but
I mean, you have pure lead, you have coated, you have plated, and then you have Full Metal Jacket. It's the composition, how they run down your bore is different. What speeds
Yeah,
you can push them are different.
yeah, I was reading about the fusion ammo that I was buying. It's like it was like it's fused or something, and it's all the middle is like I don't know. You go on the fusion website. I was reading about it on their website, but molecular bonded. I don't know. I have to go back to the website to remember what I was reading. But it's like the bullet. They were saying it was like even the weight is evenly distributed because of how they make it or something. So, but it seems to go where I aim it. But I haven't really been doing any long range shooting with it over 100 yards yet. So,
Yeah. Oh.
as soon as my foot heals up, I'll get back out there with my keep shooting it.
I need to do some get in some more longer distance shooting. I need to get out to the 50, 60, 70 plus yard range with my pistol.
Oh, with your pistol?
Yeah. I need to start doing that. Really get out there.
I can't do that at my range anymore, so they only allow hunting caliber stuff, so I don't have any hunting pistols that are qualified, so I have to use my long guns. That's okay, though. I really want to get a lot better with my bolt action at longer range, so I think I can make it 200 yards as far as that range that I'm at right now.
My bolt actions, my two German built guns, my K98K, and then my Chilean Mauser. Both of those are they shoot high at 100 yards for battle sights. So, like my Chilean is the battle sights 0 to 400 yards. So, yeah, it shoots about 12 inches high at 100 yards. So you put it at the waist and you go.
Do you have any? Are both yours iron sights then for your?
Yeah, I don't have any scoped guns right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to get used to it still. Where the cheek wire put, it's not second nature to me yet. Because this is the first time I've been using a scope rifle myself. I'm used to red dots or iron sights too, and then so I got the Leupold scope, and it's just a question of where I put my cheek weld and where the field of view is and stuff, and I'll get the hang of it. It's just how much I'm trying to go every week, but I sprained my foot, so missed last week at the range. So
yeah, I jacked up my ankle today. I was doing box jumps, and the box rolled on me and caught me in my Achilles heel, and I came down pretty hard on it. Yeah,
I tripped on
my wrist too.
I tripped on some weights. So I had my weights stacked up on my stairs. My ankle weights were sitting on some other weights, and just my right foot slid out from under me. I had to catch my fall with my left foot, and I hyperextended my left foot on the way down. down backwards. It caught the top. My toe caught the top of the stair, and then I came down like I got it out of there as it was falling, like, and I fell like about 5 stairs before got my left foot back out under. So right after it got hyperextended, I just landed on it with all my weight. So it went. Took an Aleve and Benadryl, went to bed, and then the next morning I woke up and went to the emergency room. They wrapped it up, did some x-rays to make sure it wasn't fractured or anything, and then they gave me some Tramadol for pain, and which I'm not taking it anymore.
Yeah, I just say screw the pain, go through it. I don't care. I've been in so much freaking pain in my life. Yeah, I don't take anything like that.
Well, I took it for 2 days, and now it's starting. It's just a bad sprain. It's starting to get better. It didn't really swell up that much. It was the instep. It wasn't my ankle. It was the instep on the top of my foot that was sprained. But
yeah, and I also dropped a 55-pound dumbbell and bounced, and then landed on my toe after the bounce.
Oh, now that would definitely cause some swelling.
Yeah,
toe black and blue, 55-pounder.
Yeah, that was it landed right on my little toe and the one right next to it.
Did you break anything?
No, I remember back in high school, I did something similar, except my toe was directly underneath the weight, and whenever I dropped it from about waist high, and I think that was a 60 or 70 pound, and it landed right on my toe, and that's the only quote unquote official broken bone I've ever had.
They did give me some crutches, and I've been using them just so I can keep the weight off it, because it'll just heal faster if I don't put any weight on it. So when I get back out to the range, so it's got to heal before I walk on all that rocky, volcanic. It's super rocky at the range, so I'm not going out there with a bad foot.
Ouch.
Because balancing on there, walking from where I shoot to where I put the target is very uneven ground to walk on with a bad foot. It does feel good, though, to not have to panic about ammo, because I already have so much. I got to tell you.
Yeah. I mean, same here. I mean, since I roll my own, I'm like, okay, whatever. I have components and everything. I mean, the only thing I don't have enough is bullets, but I have enough lead. I can make enough bullets to run through all my powder and primers. So I have everything.
If you don't mind lead bullets, I mean...
Well, that's all I shoot out of my pistols. That's all I shoot.
But your rifles, you shoot lead bullets out of your rifle?
I can, yeah.
Yeah, but do you prefer copper jacketed bullets?
Oh, for my 223, absolutely. For my bolt actions, yeah, I could run. Well, I have molds for my 8mm and my 7.62 54. I have molds for that I could run through, but that's it. But of course, I could always make my own 223 projectiles. That's not a problem. So,
yeah, I'm just not panicking because I already have cases and full of ammo of everything that I need. So,
yeah, same here. Same here.
I mean, I might go down to the gun shop and buy another case for no apparent reason, but other than Hillary might win, but
I really don't think she will.
Who knows? I've given up caring anymore. I voted for Trump and sent in my ballot, and I did all the social media stuff told everybody to register, and I've got a way to register if you live in Hawaii on my YouTube page. So I talked to a few people, told them to go vote. So I did my bit. I went on the Every Second Matters this month, so I donated $10 to Trump. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, I haven't voted yet. I've been wanting to, but it's been too goddamn busy with work. I haven't been able to get down there.
I have an absentee ballot. I don't have to go anywhere, just to the mailbox. So I took care of that. Filled out the absentee ballot, mailed it in. As long as they don't open it up, see it's for Trump, and throw it away. Which could happen in Hawaii. This guy voted for Trump. Crumble up the ballot, throw it away.
Well, out there, sorry to say, it really doesn't matter.
I know. I'm sorry to say that too, but
I mean, where I'm at in Arkansas, it's the same.
well, the Clintons are from Arkansas, right?
Yeah, it don't matter though. They fucking hate him down here.
Well, God bless America, whoever wins. We're going to need all his help to get through it, no matter who wins. But I'm going to try not to bitch about the economy on this chat, because G-Webs hate it when I talk about the debt bubble. So. Oh, let's see if there's anything else interesting on my YouTube feed. So you're not taking any painkillers, but it sounds like you're in pain.
Well, it just happened a few hours ago, and it raked my Achilles heel quite a bit, and it didn't quite break open, but I mean, the back of my ankle is pretty swollen. I mean, I'm in pain. Yeah, it hurts, but I say fuck pain.
Well, Aleve is the best painkiller that's over the counter that I know of. I mean, it's amazing how that worked. But I would say put ice on it. When I messed up my right ankle really bad about 20 years ago playing basketball, I ripped out every tendon in my ankle. Almost. It was just hanging by a thread. And ice is, if you soak it in hot water, it'll feel good, but then it'll swell up. And then it'll feel bad later. So, but ice kind of keeps the blood from, it contracts the muscle so the blood doesn't get in and then scar up. So even if it hurts a little, use ice, to keep the blood out of there, because you'll get scar tissue if you don't, if you use hot water. Even though it feels good to run hot water on it, it don't. use ice packs if you got them.
Oh, I know. It's just, I just hate all that shit.
Well, don't do the crime if you can't do the time. But I know, because I was on crutches when I ripped out my right ankle. I was on crutches for like almost 6 months. It was that bad, and I had to go through therapy to just get, I mean, it was years before I got a full range of motion. I mean, I never completely got full range of motion, but it was like close enough, but it took years, like 7 years or something. And still occasionally, you can feel the tweak if you step on something wrong.
Oh yeah, I feel tweaks all the time in my body. I had some bone spurs.
They told me that I had
ankle.
one. They had one. Told me I had a bone spur on my heel when they did the X-rays, but there was nothing I could do about it anyway.
You can knock that off. But yeah, I have a bunch of bone spurs in my right ankle, and I also had a hole in a bone from a previous injury whenever I was growing up, and I sprained my ankle real bad, and doctors put me in a walking cast type thing for I think about 2 weeks. Like, keep that everything real immobilized, and what that did is it made those muscles become extremely weak, and the tendons pulled that bone spur in direct line with the hole. So I would be out running dead sprint, and then all of a sudden that bone spur would catch that hole and would lock my ankle up.
Wow.
Yeah, you want to talk about feeling real weird and being like, oh shit, I mean, there's no pain. It's just I would have to stop and really relax before it would that bone spur would pop out, and it just sucked so damn bad. So I ended up getting those bone spurs knocked off, and then they drilled that hole out a little bit and to promote bone growth.
Well, they said there's no point in messing with my bone spur. It's not like I'm a professional athlete or anything, you know. So
yeah, but on the heel that could hurt you after a while.
Yeah, well, they looked at the X-ray and said, you know, there's nothing you can do, you know. And so I said, okay, well, whatever. I didn't go there because of my bone spur. I went there because my instep of my foot, I couldn't put any weight on it.
Yeah.
I took 6 X-rays and to make sure there weren't any fractures. But even when I ripped out every ankle, they didn't put me in any cast or foot boot or anything. You know, they just gave me painkillers and said to ice it. And then they hooked me up with the physical therapy person who we worked with, like some those rubber therapy bands tried to turn it and against pressure to increase the range of motion from like 0 of what it was originally. I mean, my foot was literally just hanging with no tendons at all, on the ankle. It was that kind of a tear from playing basketball, by the way, which you hate.
Yeah, they told me that I actually would have been better off breaking my ankle than my what I had. So, but anyway, no big deal.
Let's see. Somebody built a greenhouse. Politics and guns. Blah, blah, blah. Where the deer hide out during deer season. All right. Off-grid farm. The work never stops. Pre-election magazine weekend. Free ground shipping. From Ruger. Walmart still limits 22 in Fort Myers, Florida beach store. See, the sign says limit 3 boxes of 22s per person per day. These people have a million rounds of 22 in their basement. I know for a fact. literally a garage full of 22. It's like you can only buy 3 more boxes. Jesus. Oh man. NRA has some new videos out.
Hello there.
Oh shit! What a day.
Yeah. I guess G-Web says he's going on in about an hour for the I Hate Guns podcast, so
Oh, he is.
yeah. Well, he just said that in Yankees chat a second ago, so
What was the
I'm
topic?
well, Dead Horse is going to be building another AR, and freaking, I don't know what the topic is, honestly. They did the politics in Yankees chat.
No, I have a AK upstairs. I wonder how long it would take me to do it online, to build it.
Are you talking about riveting the trunnions and all that good stuff? Dude?
Yes. I mean, because it usually takes me about 3.5, 4 hours to build one anyway.
Yeah, and then trying to talk about it while you're doing it,
Yeah.
that's adding extra time.
Yeah.
What?
Oh.
What?
Just
Is that
how
what
Dead Horse is building ARs online.
Yeah.
I still have a AK parts kit upstairs.
Oh yeah. You were supposed to do that. AK build online.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, you should do that. What's next? You're next, buddy.
If I even remember how. Shit. It's been so long.
Oh, for anybody who gives a damn, it's 33-14 Atlanta over Tampa Bay, and their Tampa Bay is on the 2-yard line. And
Flippy
red
will
zone ready
talk
to
you
score
through
again. Yeah, Flippy.
Flippy and Night Strike will talk you through it.
Of
Yeah,
course.
Night Strike will actually probably try to give you hints. Help. Flippy would say, just pay somebody else to do it, dude.
Right. Well, I mean, Night Strike's already, has one of mine that I put together.
Yeah, so he knows how you build it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can honestly just look at you and say, well, this part here wasn't so good, so maybe you ought to work on that.
It's gonna reverse engineer it for you.
He's gonna pop the rivets out and mess with it.
Yeah, he better be a really, really accurate driller to drill those fuckers out. That's a long bit of drilling.
Not really. Not really.
Well, I know you drill off the head, and then
Yep.
the head should crack, but then you still got to get it out.
Oh, getting it out's the easy part. After you get the head off, you just take a hammer and punch it through. Believe me, I've messed up. Like this parts kit that I need to build. It was a firing rifle at one time. I tore it apart because whenever I went to rivet one piece of it, not exactly sure which piece, but I ended up twisting the receiver, and so the receiver is permanently twisted. The gun functioned just fine, but twisted. So what? Probably wouldn't last, but I have another receiver.
There you go.
I'm gonna wait for a gun buyback, and I have 2 receivers that have, that are all, ones that really twist. No one has a ton of holes in it and stuff like that. That I was using for
Practice.
yeah, pretty much. After I jacked it up, I started using it for practice. So I need to go to where there's a gun buyback and, oh, you want a gun? Here's a receiver. Give me $100.
They still do those?
I'm sure they do. Not where I live.
Yeah, the last one they had around here, they everybody was pissed because they said they were going to melt them down, and word got out that they just turned around and sold them and profited off of them.
Yeah.
Well, that's their prerogative. They get guns off the street to turn around and sell them.
Yep, they'll make money because they'll give you $50. Turn around and sell it for 100 or 200.
Most definitely.
You know, it's another way the government's gonna fuck you.
Yeah, I came home with a new rifle today.
What was it?
Oh, Mossberg MVP Patrol.
Okay, so you 223.
Yep. Oh, it's chambered 5.56.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Using your air mags.
Yep.
That's. I mean, if you really think about it, that's. I like that. You know, a bolt action just taking a normal AR. I like that.
Yeah, that was one of those. I mean, I went out and I sent you a PM a little earlier. I went out and bought.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I went out and I hit up the store where I get my components and got some small pistol primers and pound of unique and some 55 grain Hornadies. And I was driving away from there and I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna go hit this other store up and put my hands on a couple bolt action. Just on a whim. So I hit the fucking store up and yeah, they had that. And I was just like, dude, that's kind of a neat little fucking package.
Yeah, I want to take to Tulsa. I'm dependent. I'm trying to debate on how much I take because
Guns and ammunition and all that good stuff.
No, how much money for the gun show? Because I would love to get a Luger, a P08 Luger. But it's one of those things that the more and more I think about it, I'm not going to shoot it that much. It's going to be mostly a safe queen. Do I really want to dump that into it? Do I want to dump $1,500, $1,800 into that I'm not going to shoot a whole bunch?
Right.
Or do I go for 1911, hopefully in 40? Or buy more components, or go in there and leave with a big wad of cash. I don't know. Because I know I'm not gonna get a rifle. I already know that because I don't shoot my rifles that much. And I'm getting tired of shooting just straight 9mm, so I'm wanting something else. And that's another reason I'm kind of thinking, you know, I want a Luger, but I don't know because I'm getting tired of shooting nothing but 9mm.
Branching out.
Yeah.
Add a little variety.
Yeah. I mean, I really want a 1911, but I don't want to start loading for large and small primers.
And the 40, that takes small pistol primers?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I totally hear you. I mean, that's just, if you go 45, that's just one more component you got to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
The 40s take Magnum primers or just regular old small pistol?
Regular small pistol.
Oh, right on.
So the only thing I need, and I have 40 and 45 dies, so I mean, really the only thing I would need is projectiles. So I don't know.
Decisions. Huh?
Yeah. But I have a feeling that if I take enough for Luger and I can't find anything else, I'm going to walk away with a Luger. So, I don't know. I really don't know. I may take like 1,500 or something. I don't. Decisions. Help me spend my money.
We all like to do that.
Mm-hmm. So you said you picked up some new powder. What kind of powder did you grab?
Oh, I saw that they had some unique there, so I was just like,
Okay.
that's a nice versatile powder. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna really fuck with it right now, but something good to throw in the cabinet and have on hand.
And since you have that bolt action, you can run unique. Let's see. Let me grab this book.
What's going on Sunday's chat? Anything planned?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm gonna have it, but I don't know. So I have a caster's book. It's for cast. It's called Lyman Cast Bullet Handbook. So unique. That's with a. Okay. Unique with a 55 grain bullet. 6.8 grains will get you 1,900 feet per second. The max,
shit as far as grains go.
I know the max load is 9.5, and that'll get you 2,300 feet. Then, of course, these are out of 20-inch, most likely 20-inch barrels.
So that unique, it goes pretty far, huh?
Well, yeah,
in terms
think
of grains.
It's a pistol, so disable. Okay. I don't want to.
Yeah, I would have bought more than just the pound that I came home with, but the store, they're one of them places that they only let you buy a pound a day of certain stuff just because they want to keep it on the shelf for the guy behind you.
Right.
Yeah, they try to not let people come in and just wipe them out so that it fucks everybody else for the week or day or whatever.
Right. So, going back to this, well, that's more of a truncated nose. I'm looking for, unique over here is 6.2 grains, 1,700. 9 grains is 2,200. So I mean, sorry. Yeah, 223. Oh, this barrel length's 24 inches. So your MVP is what length of barrel is that?
16.25.
16. Okay. So you'll be quite a bit less, but still, actually probably not that much less since you're burning a pistol powder. It will all be burnt. And yes, I am talking 223.
I can't believe we beat the Raiders.
What?
Oh, I'm looking at my team. Sorry. I forgot I wasn't muted.
That's all right. I mean, these have some. Yeah, I mean, it's always good because let's say you want to make a 308 subsonic round, and all of the loads are all supersonic. When you come here for cast loads, no, all these are supersonic as well. Hold on, these are light bullets. Let's get up to heavier bullets.
Well, guys, I'm gonna bail. I'm gonna head over to you guys' chat.
Later, man.
All right.
Yeah, so they all are still supersonic, but you could get some 190 grain bullet. You could get it moving, under 1,300 feet per second.
What caliber? What caliber are you talking right now?
308. But this is, out of 24-inch barrel. So if you run a heavy bullet, you could probably get some subsonic 308 with a heavy bullet. But then you're in a 300 blackout velocities and stuff like that.
Oh.
But yeah, they have.
I was just gonna say. My bad. Speaking of subsonic, it would be cool to in that MVP, it would be cool to put a fucking can on it, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my 12 pounds of powder that was supposed to be here on Wednesday. Only got picked up on Wednesday, so I'm gonna be working from home tomorrow because I'm getting more pistol powder.
Yeah, I should have about 10 pounds. I should have 8 pounds of round shot tack on the way and a pound of Varget and something else.
Yeah.
I forget. I've kind of been buying a little bit of this, a little bit of that when it comes to powders, just so I can see around. And
yeah, I really like that ram shot. It meters extremely well. I mean, well, you saw what it looks like. It's itty bitty. It's awesome. I love it.
Yep. Yeah, and it trickles just fine and all that good stuff too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of why I said screw it. I'm gonna, I'll fork out and I'll get 8 pounds of this stuff because, when I'm just farting around with the ARs,
Yeah, it goes quick whenever you start talking rifle. I mean, powder goes quick.
Well, yes, I mean that round shot tack you're talking. Well, just what I started out with 23 grains. I mean, yeah, it does go quick.
Mm-hmm. So 7.62.54. So if I could use. I mean, I don't have any of this powder, but I could experiment with stuff that's close to it. I'm shooting 185 grain. Size to 313. Mine's not that small, or not that big. Yeah, you're getting up, 2,000 feet per second with a pistol powder. Yeah. No, these are rifles. Never mind.
I'm looking out here in Wabi.
Yeah.
Dusty one says buy Blazer 45. They take small. Is he saying they take small primers?
Yeah. Let's see. Federal Switched and Blazer. They run small pistol primers, but then the thing is you have large pistol and small pistol in 45, and you basically have to buy it because if you go out and you shoot, especially like me in competitions, if I go and shoot that, I may be picking up 20% of my cases because I'm the only one that I would be one of the few that shot that cartridge or that caliber. So I wouldn't be picking up a lot of my own ammo or my own brass. So I'd be getting very little of my brass, and 45 brass is expensive. But 40 brass, you can pick that up anywhere and everywhere. Again, it's cost savings.
Yeah, and since it's a consistent all the way across the board, small rifles or small pistols, small pistol,
Right.
small pistol.
Right. Yeah. 8mm Mauser.
Did that AR chat start up? Was that at the?
This is live.
Yeah, no. Was Dead Horse doing another build tonight? Isn't that what I saw?
Yeah, I think he's gonna do it on the I Hate Guns.
Ah.
So.
Wonder what he's building.
Supposed to be like a no frills build.
Okay. Yeah, all these gas checks, so. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I need to get out with my Mauser and start doing load workup. That'd be fun because I have everything to do that. Powder coat it and gas check and all that fun stuff.
Nice. It's always something, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, it was funny when I walked into the store today. The guy's like, "Well, what you in it for? What can I help you with?" I'm just like, "I don't know. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. See what the hell you got. See your prices." He was like, "Yep, you're a reloader."
Doesn't take long to spot us. And something I like is just talking. I mean, I like talking to other reloaders. I hate when they go like, "Oh, have you tried this powder or that powder?" Or, you know, "Have you shortened up your OL or, you got to make sure that you
need to do this."
Yeah, I'm not into all that. Especially when they go, "Oh, you need to have a different load for each pistol." And fuck that. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about this a while back, though. You can get as crazy as you want with it. I mean,
Yeah. And Marvin, he gets absolutely crazy with it. Oh my God. But it's like he doesn't understand that there's different levels of reloading.
right.
I mean,
But I do totally get his side too. I see both sides. Where he says, the first time you take that out, you're gonna be shoot. I mean, after that, you're always gonna be wanting something better.
Yes or no? I mean, for me, if I could hit a 3x5 at 20 yards, 25 yards, that's plenty good for me. I don't have to hit, a quarter at that.
Right. Just going practical accuracy.
Well, it's not practical. It just has to be good enough.
I guess that's what I meant.
Damn, there's a lot of 4570 loads in here. But of course, 4570 is usually a cast bullet anyway. Sorry, I'm just here. I have the bullet I'm checking out right now. So it's interesting.
Most definitely.
I mean, having a 55 grain using red dot, a pistol powder for a 22-250 going 2,300 feet per second. Damn.
Is that the
Silhouette.
Sharps?
No, 22-250? No.
What am I thinking? I don't know what the hell I'm thinking.
But I could do that. Ooh. With what primer? WLR. Huh. That'd be interesting. A buddy of mine, he has a 22-250. And I don't have a mold for it. But I wonder what his rifle would do with a slower projectile. Oh well. Ugh.
Well, hey, dude, I think I'm gonna hop out of here and tune in to the AR build, see what the hell Dead Horse is up to.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go. I actually need to get to bed. Work has been a bitch the past couple weeks, and I've just been so mentally gone. It's crazy.
I hear you. You gotta take care of yourself.
Yeah, I'm learning a new software, and about 3 weeks ago now, my new boss, he's like, "This is going to be your main focus. This is all you're going to do." And oh, by the way, in 2 weeks, this application is yours and yours pretty much alone. So learn it, live it, love it, and yeah, if shit goes wrong, it's on you to fix it. So, and shit went wrong this week, so it's been stressful.
So you're living it and learning it. You're learning it, and you're learning how to fix it. Huh?
Yeah. So, all right, later, man.
Right on. Take care.
And I think we can all just agree that Hillary Clinton is a horrible, not fair, garbage too. I mean, she's been investigated towards Clinton. I mean, you trash it and start wonder. Yeah, I mean, I've got other issues I'm concerned about for the election, like jobs and the economy and whether if some of those people
Wake up. Wake up. Is there anybody out there? Are you awake? Wake up. Test 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. Wake up. All you gun-toting bastards, wake up. Sleepyheads. Drop your cocks and grab your socks. Wake up, gun channels. Wake up. Sleepyheads. Sleepyhead. Time to wake up and smell the gunpowder. Checking the news on the interwebs. All right, ISIS shoots down a Russian helicopter. Russia confirms it, but says no one was killed. Egypt floats its pound against foreign currencies. Oh. President Obama sharply criticized the decision by his FBI director, James Comey, to alert Congress Friday about the discovery of new emails pertinent to Hillary Clinton's server case, implying that it violated investigative guidelines and trafficked in innuendo. Quote, "We don't operate on incomplete information," Obama said in an interview with Now This News broadcast Wednesday. Quote, "We don't operate on leaks. All you do is leak. Your brain leaks. We operate based on concrete decisions that are made," unquote. The president was scheduled to more rally appearances on behalf of the Clinton campaign this week. Give me a break. You don't operate on any information because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Dumb motherfucker. All right, let's see what else is happening. New Air Force chief in reshuffle of the top IDF command. Northern Command General Aviv Kochavi is elevated to Deputy Chief of Staff in place of Major General Yair Golan, according to the new list of appointments released Wednesday by Defense Minister Avigdor Lieberman. Kochavi, a former military intelligence chief, will hand Northern Command over to Home Command head, Major General Yoel Strick, who will pass Home Command to General Tamir Yadai, head of the Judea and Samaria Division. Major General, boy, this is a shuffle. Major General Amir Eshel leaves the post of Air Force Chief in favor of the IDF Planning Division head, Major General Amiram Nurkin, former leader of fighter squadrons and commander of the Tel Nof Air Base, wherever that is. Brigadier General Amir Abulafia takes over the planning division. Well, they are shuffling the deck, it looks like, for some reason. Wonder if they expect conflict anytime soon. Deck shuffle. ISIS chief loses suicide bombers at western cities of Iraq. So they're fighting in Mosul. Let's look at the DW news. That's my German tanks. All right, let's see. Top stories. Germany Guide for Refugees. Jeez. Gutenberg and the Cyberstorm. U.S. elections, Mideast, Asia. Let's look at the German Guide for Refugees on DW. Faster child marriage ban wanted by German conservatives. Calls to annul marriages between children, including refugees, have mounted on German Justice Minister Heiko Maas from conservatives and Chancellor Merkel's coalition. Oh, great. The refugees are marrying underage girls. As soon as they hit 8, I guess. I don't know. It's a different culture, man. Rapping against racism. Turkey threatens to cancel EU migration deal. We'll trade teaching for housing. How to apply for asylum in Germany. Applying for asylum can be a long, complicated process. DW tells what you need to do. Different origin means different chance of success for asylum seekers in Germany. Where to live, finding accommodation in Germany. How to find a job when refugees want to work in Germany. Health, education, activities, healthcare in Germany. Once you've made it to Germany, you can see a doctor, initial only for emergencies, though later health insurance will cover the basics. Learn more about the German healthcare system here, but they've got it all on the internet. On DW. Deutsche something. Activities and volunteer opportunities for refugees. Got a picture of a bunch of kids at a soccer stadium. One thing that refugees have plenty of when they arrive in Germany is free time. So, how do you use the time effectively and positively? We've put together a list of things to do. Blow up a sporting event, form a ghetto and intimidate people to support ISIS. I don't know. 9 important things to know about eating and drinking in Germany. Oh, this is going to be good. They get it there and they don't know how to eat or drink anymore. Let's this say this article I got a screen share. Nine important things to know about eating and drinking in Germany. Germans know that food and drink are good for the soul, especially beer. They like to eat well. That was an ad lib. They have plenty of choices. DW's Matthias von Hain sums up some of the important facts about food and drink in Germany. Got some bread, eggs, and is that honey or vinegar? I can't tell. Alcohol, beer. Alcohol is legal in Germany. Savages come from a place where they can't drink alcohol. The traditional place for drinking beer is the local Kneipe, Germany's equivalent for bar or pub. My God, they don't have pubs because alcohol isn't legal. And they want to immigrate to Germany. Beer capital of Europe. Next to Ireland, I guess. Well, the most popular alcoholic drink in Germany is beer. Don't fight it. On average, Germans drink over 100 liters per year. You mean that's it? I know some people around Hawaii that drink that much in a day. I know some people that drink that much vodka cranberry drinks in a day, and they are drunks. There's an abundance of regional beers. Over 1,300 breweries make sure that people's thirst for beer is quenched. If they don't have a beer, if we don't keep them supplied with beer, there'll be a Fourth Reich or a Fifth Reich, because they will riot demanding beer and invade other countries and steal their beer. The Germans are particularly proud of what they call the Reinheitsgebot, a purity law which has stipulated for over 500 years that beer can only be made from malt, hops, yeast, and water. The fuck else are they going to make beer from? In Germany, it's illegal to drive a car or ride a bike under the influence of alcohol. Alcohol consumption has been steadily decreasing. Still, each year, over 100,000 people end up in hospital due to alcohol poisoning. Some 1.3 million Germans are addicted. Only 100,000 people per year? That's like, if they just went to a soccer game, they'd find more alcoholics than that. So 1.3 million Germans are addicted. About 74,000 die every year because of alcohol abuse. Bread. Germans love bread. Every year, a German will eat about 82 kilos worth, and there are over 300 kinds to choose from. Leavened bread based on sourdough or yeast is traditional, but it's possible to buy unleavened bread almost everywhere in Germany. I guess before they killed off all the Jews and scared them off, they taught them how to make unleavened bread or matzah. Germans tend to eat fresh rolls in the morning. I was ad-libbing that part. Germans tend to eat fresh rolls in the morning, which they buy from the local bakery. Bakers used to make bread themselves, but now over half of the baked goods through Germany are mass-produced and frozen. Bakery assistants just have to stick them in the oven. Germans like to eat bread with butter, jam, cheese, ham, or sausage. They're going to make me hungry. Damn Germans. German is a paradise for lovers of sausage eating krauts. There are an estimated 1,500 different types of sausage in the country. Hopefully it's not made of anyone I know or that was related to me. An ordinary supermarket might have about 100 types on sale. On average, Germans eat about 30 kilograms of sausage each year. This is almost half the overall consumption of meat. Sausages tend to be made from pork, but it's possible to buy beef, lamb, poultry sausages in Germany, as well as sausages. Wait a minute, as well as ones made from tofu for vegetarians. Tofu sausage, motherfucker. That's just wrong. Tofu sausage. That's like a Clinton submachine gun. It's just a contradiction in terms. Doner kebabs. Germany's favorite fast food originated in Turkey. They just don't want to buy any oil from them because they don't like Muslims, so why are you here? They're really trying to... All right. As soon as it gets warmer, Germany start barbecuing on balconies, gardens, parks, or at the beach. Anything can be grilled, of course. It's usually meat, but fish, tofu, sausages. There's just something wrong with that. Aubergines. Motherfucker. I'm going to have to ask scout free what the fuck aubergines are. Or other vegetables are used. I suppose I could Google it, but that would be too much trouble. Grilling has become an institution. And the range of barbecues on sale in do-it-yourself stores is staggering. You can also buy a basic barbecue grill at most gas stations. So don't blow them up until you get your grill. Some parks even put up barbecues for people to use. So don't blow up the parks until you've barbecued your meal. If you're lucky, they'll be sheltered so you can take refuge if there's a sudden storm. It goes without saying that people are expected to clear up after themselves and to take care not to irritate their neighbors with the smoke and the smell of barbecuing meat on the balcony. So be careful what you barbecue on the fucking balcony, motherfuckers. You savages. To avoid any unpleasantries, it's best simply to invite the neighbors over before you barbecue their meat or them or blow them up. Water, tap water, is highly regulated in Germany because the EU regulators get paid to write regulations. Because it's such an important part of daily life. It's possible to drink tap water, although the quality may vary depending on the city and the region. Nonetheless, many people prefer to buy water in bottles. Bottled water comes in different forms: sparkling, slightly sparkling, and still and poisoned. Filtered poison and non-filtered poison. Shopping. Food is relatively cheap in Germany, as is life if you're the wrong religion. At least it has been that way in the past.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby.
Little or plus?
Get ourselves a treat.
Trick. Germans spend about a third of their income on rent.
Damn, why does this sound like shit all of a sudden?
Because I'm reading a German newspaper and nobody else was on.
Look, say something.
You want me to keep going or to shut up?
Oh, shit, here we go. Oh, I'm on, sorry.
Moon. Haven't seen you since like the last show. Yeah, I got you.
It's been like a couple seconds.
Any guns?
No, I was reading this article on Germany's guide for refugees from Syria, obviously.
Oh my God! Hawaii Volcano Squad is alive.
They haven't killed me yet.
But so it's question like, from a Syrian's point of view, when you invade Germany, like what you should know about eating there.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Where not to barbecue. Where don't blow up the gas station until you've actually gotten because your barbecue from there, because the gas station still barbecues. And they teach you about alcohol and beer.
Then I love drink alcohol, right?
Yes, that's why they put it in there. They point out that alcohol is legal in Germany because the savages came from a place where it's not legal.
Look, the drinking is part of the daily life for many adults.
In Germany.
Yeah, like in this culture.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have beer steins.
I thought people did drink in those cultures. They just did it at home. But I guess that's true. I have seen some things where they're like, we go to the city so that we can drink.
So don't expect to beat up somebody for drinking in public, or don't blow them up or kill them with a knife if you see them drinking. I mean, they have to tell them these things. But apparently you can't ride a bike and drink at the same time.
1.3 million Germans are addicted. Wow. How many are addicted to bread? The gluten. The German gluten, that's the worst of all glutens.
Yeah, is that I saw eggs, bread, but is that oil or what? Is that oil for the bread?
Probably
Olive oil?
Yeah.
All right.
Unless there's some weird shit that they do in Germany that I'm not familiar with. That's something that could be vinegar. No, it wouldn't be vinegar.
So I was making fun of both Germany and Syria while reading this article.
What the hell is 80 kilos worth? A kilo
Bread.
is 2 pounds, so 160 pounds of bread.
I don't have my bread conversion machine from metric to English.
Let's watch Miami Vice enough, and you remember that a kilo is 2.2 pounds.
I remember a kilo was about 5 years.
Or there's another way to measure it. So I'm just trying to figure. So 160 pounds of bread. Is that 2 pounds a month only?
So they didn't need breathing room. Hitler said they needed breathing room, but they really needed is a bowel movement, and that's why they invaded, all those countries.
Muslims not bring
Put on your tinfoil yarmulke.
and breath?
Yeah, it said they also have unleavened bread, so they must have learned that from the Jewish people before they killed them. How to make matzah. You see, but it is possible to buy unleavened bread almost everywhere in Germany. Why? There's no Jews left. It's not like they celebrate Passover there anymore.
So why did you decide to read the Syrian's Guide to Eating While Invading Germany?
Well, I was just reading the news blindly about world events, and then I was checking to see about the German tanks article, and this is the paper that it was in, about the 100 tanks, Leopard 2 tanks deploying to the Russian border in Lithuania, and so I just thought I'd read about what else they had, and the German guide for German refugees looked enticingly cool to make fun of. So I started just making fun of this Germany and Syria while reading this article, trying to insult as many Germans and Syrians as possible. All the news that's not fit to eat. Sausage. They have tofu sausage in Germany?
No.
Tofu sausage.
That's blasphemy. That is
I know.
blasphemy.
That's what I was saying.
It's both humane and ethical.
Politically
it's
correct
gluten-free,
sausage.
probably.
There's probably, how many regulations are there from the European Union in Brussels that the Germans have to follow to make tofu sausage?
Probably some about GMOs, and then they're European, so there's probably something about like proprietary blends or something. So they can't call it tofu if it's from so and so, and it has to be called soy paste if it's from someplace else or something. Like there with champagne and that kind of thing.
They invaded the champagne, but Doner kebabs. I mean, like, it's like they crossed the Donner Pass. That's in California. What are they eating? People in those now? Germany's favorite fast food originated in Turkey, but they don't want to import their oil from them. They're getting it. They want to buy it from Russia instead, or gas. A doner kebab is flatbread filled with grilled meat and onions. So tomatoes, salad, and various. That's basically. It's not a doner kebab. That's a falafel.
It's a falafel, except they put lamb, beef, or poultry in there.
Yeah, that's a falafel, but they're calling it something else because they're German.
The falafel part of it sounds delicious, though. I'm glad to hear you can get a vegan alternative to fast food in Germany.
Or it's not necessarily vegan. Yeah.
Well, let's say you're going to go rape a bunch of chicks on one side of town, and then you got to clobber a bunch of infidels on the other side of town, but you're going to get hungry. Now you know you
Working on appetite.
get a dollar.
Blowing up gas station and killing infidels is a lot of it's hungry work.
Hey, swerve into that crowd of people in front of the doner kebabs and let's get some falafels.
So we'll be sitting on a corner with loaded Glocks, drinking German beer and eating doner kebabs. I have a gun channel convention. Man. Oh man, did you all just pile out of Yankee Marshall's chat or something, or is this no? I hate guns must have been the one. Or
Yep.
That's the one. Why would we be in Yankees chat?
Speaking of that dead horse, can you send me a pic or do an Instagram pic of that gun so I can use it for the thumbnail on the video?
A Glock
Yeah.
falafel?
I'll pull out my good camera here and I'll send you one here in just a minute.
Nice.
You can wrap a Glock in a falafel. A Glock kebab. That's what we need for next year. A Glock kebab.
Look, you start saying Glock kebab a bunch of times and look who shows up.
Oh fuck! Who is it? Who showed up?
Anybody want some pizza rolls?
No, we're talking about Glock kebabs. Oh god.
I can't do it. Fucking DB does the Mr. Plinkus thing like a million times better than I ever could.
Okay, so I was reading about barbecuing when you in tap water when you show up, and then there's a part of shopping.
Hold on, let me see what that says about water. Important part. It is.
They sell still water.
What do you think?
As
Water
opposed to moving.
What do you think the water situation's like in Syria?
There isn't any
water. Or they're just drinking out of old ass fashioned wells.
I mean,
Water.
they have,
Isn't Syria mostly desert?
yes.
But here's the thing:
Yes.
aren't those places loaded? So even though they're living in shacks and shit, are they getting like truckloads of like water and ramen noodles and whatever the hell they feel like eating? Just living in shacks, like poor people.
No, they don't have food at all in like Aleppo. There's nothing.
So they're living off of whatever the hell they can literally get out of the water or out of the ground with a rope and a bucket.
They haven't you seen those programs like all the water filter companies have to feed to clear to they give water filters to people in Africa and stuff. Well, they're trying to do the same thing in Syria, I would guess. It's all the UN agencies, except they won't. The Syrians usually won't let them in, but I think they negotiate. U.S. after the last round of barrel bombing civilians, they got the Russians to let a convoy in instead of shooting up.
Hear Flath?
What?
Can anybody hear Flath? He's muted though, but I don't hear him. No, I still don't hear you. Am I in here though?
Most food
Yeah,
is-
I hear you, G-Webs.
Yeah, I
When
don't
I'm
hear
typing-
Flath.
When I'm typing, it's not showing up in the chat though. That's weird.
I definitely hear you.
Okay.
Organic stores and supermarkets are gaining ground in Germany.
So Flippy, you got news on your HK? I heard. I read.
Yep. I called them up today. I talked to this dude who's like, yo, how can I help you? I'm like, I was told to call in about my HK. It's supposed to be done today. Y'all was supposed to get some frames. He's like, nope, we did it. But what's your ID number? And I gave it to him. And he's like, damn, your shit's been here since like January, dude. I'm like, yep. And he's like, well, he's like, all right, this is no good. I'm going to work on some things. Call back in Tuesday. Then you can have whatever H&K P30L you like, any variant you want. It's yours. We'll just ship it to you. He's like, this is ridiculous. And they gave me his name. He's like, yo, call me specifically.
I remember you were having a problem with H&K.
I never had a problem with H&K. I've only talked good things about them.
Really? I don't remember that. It's not the way I remember it, but I'm only I haven't been on
Nope.
for.
Only ever talked bad about Battle Arms Development, IO.
Didn't you go
there's
on an
another
HK
one.
sucks rant recently?
No, I went on Agent K is great rant. It may have seemed like a suck rant because I was sucking away like a baby on a teat.
No, I'm lost. What did you get from H&K? What do you get? What are you getting? I'm sorry.
New P30L.
Okay, sounds good.
The guy's like, you can have whatever you want. I'm like, I want an MR556. And he goes, I meant whatever variant of P30L you want. And I'm like, yeah, same. MR556.
Yeah, that version.
I want that version. So he's getting it set up. Tuesday I call in and he can set up the
So you weren't
where it's
actually
gonna ship
talking to anyone in Germany. You're talking to U.S.
Yeah, that's like the US people. He's like, yo, January, that's crazy. This isn't good. We can't have this. You're getting your shit fixed now. It's like, this problem's getting fixed like now. Call back Tuesday with your FFL information.
Well, that's better than my cardiologist. They sent me 2 cards to call him because they want to see me for a follow-up, and then they said, oh, he doesn't have anything until February. So I have an appointment in February. Oh, my heart works in between now and then. Seems to be functioning. Better than your... What was wrong? Did you buy a gun and have a problem with it?
Oh, I bought a gun that was used, and some retard, some retard handler did not do their job, and they did not keep the soldering iron away from this mentally handicapped person, and he took
No,
it.
it was stippled
And
with
he
a fucking coat
stabbed
hanger.
the shit out of the fucking frame. He stippled it so hard you could shine a light through it.
Wow. So you were the recipient of an abused H&K. And
Yeah.
H&K abuse is against the law, and it's also not kosher, or you can't abuse an H&K during Ramadan.
Well, it's okay because H&K was like, "Don't worry, we'll fix your abused animal," and I'm like, "Thank you, H&K." And now they're like, I'm talking to them like, "Okay, we're gonna put down your abused animal, and we're gonna give you a new one, a new puppy." This is too abused.
Enjoy your new puppy. Let's see the videos soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna take like a shit ton of Instagram photos of it.
I'm playing with my new puppy right now.
Are you gonna post any of them on gun channels? Because I don't do too much Instagram.
Well, I think I heard Darren.
Nah, that's all going to my Instagram.
Yeah. You heard me? Hey!
I hear you.
Hey, we hear you.
Holy shit.
I also went to the gun
What?
store today.
What fixed it?
Yeah, I remember.
Restart my computer.
Yes, you looked at that Saint thing, and then it sucked. So I remember that conversation from.
Well, no, that wasn't why I went. I went in to go get my upper sent to California and get pin and welded. And that was great because when I went
That's
in,
gotta suck.
yeah, when I
Sending
went
it
in,
down all the way to Cali.
oh, it was fantastic. When I went in, I was talking to this dude who was determined to give me the absolute greatest customer service ever, and I was just like, "Yo, I'm not about this." Like fucking, I walked in, talked to the dude, and like, "Yo, I need to ship this to Cali to get my fucking shit fixed." He's like, "All right, we'll do." Fucking, I set it on the table. He's talking to me. He's like filling out the form, and I had the great idea of being like, "Yo, so are you going to make this like ATF compliant?" And the dude, I'm like, "You're gonna do it to ATF standards?" And the dude just like fucking booked it from behind the counter. He's like, "Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta grab a tape measure." Runs off, comes back to the tape measure. Like, this is like 5 minutes later. He comes back to the tape measure. He's like, "All right, check it. Your barrel, you said it's a 14.5." I'm like, "Yeah." And like, the muzzle device is long enough. If you pin weld it, it'll be the right size. And you measure, like, "Yep." If you want, I could take it to the back and stick a rod in it to make sure. I'm like, "Nope. I just mean, are you able to like do the pin and welding to the correct specifications the ATF requires?" And the guy's like, "Hold on," and he runs back off to the back again. I'm like, "God damn it." So like, in the meantime, I'm watching this dude buy a fucking a Saint next to me in a Beretta, to the left of me. To the right of me, there's another dude buying a Saint, a SP5K, and then a Scar 17.
And was that the guy that said Thea throwing the handgun too when he saw one?
I guess he was like, "Yo, I'll take that too. Give me that too." And then there was like another dude who like walked up and started buying an SP5K in front of me. And then like, well, the dude's like, I'm still waiting on this guy to come back from the back with this question that I stopped caring for the answer for like 5 minutes after he left. Like 5 seconds after he left, I stopped caring for the answer to that question. I just wanted to pay the dude and leave. So the guy next to me, who's getting the SP5K and all kinds of guns, the one the sales rep comes over, is like, check this out. And then he runs up with the Zenith. He's like, look at the quality difference between this Zenith and that H&K. He's like, it's miles better. That H&K is like 1,000 times better than this crappy Zenith. So I'm over there having some H&K shame because I bought a Zenith and not an SP5K. Eventually, the dude comes back. He's like, yep, it'll be perfect. I'm like, cool. I'm ready to pay and ship it off. And he's like, okay. He's like, oh, you have a bolt carrier group in here and you're up and your charging handle. I'm like, yeah, I left that in there just in case you guys wanted to test fire it after the pin and weld. He's like, I don't think we need to do that. Hold on, let me go ask the gunsmith to make sure. I'm like, nope, it's cool. And then before I could even finish that sentence, he was already back away from behind the counter, back to the back of the shop to go talk to the gunsmith again. I'm just like saying, like, motherfucker.
You just need to tell him, shut up and take my money.
It was getting to that point. Another 10 minutes go by because he's like figuring out everything.
Stop
like
moving, shut up and take my money.
He's like, the dude was trying his best to be like the best fucking helpful ass salesman ever. I'm just like, oh my god, stop. So he eventually comes back and he's like, nope, you don't need it. It's all good. You don't have to worry about it. You can like take that home with you today. I'm like, cool. So he pulls it out, puts it on the counter, and then he's like, oh, do you want a bag for this? I'm like, sure, whatever, doesn't matter. I just want to pay it like he's like, okay. And so he like starts heading off again to grab a bag. I'm like, no. He's like, oh, wait, we have these Ziploc bags. He pulls out a Ziploc bag, and he's like, oh, this isn't big enough. So he starts running to the back. I'm like, no, you stop right there.
Freeze, motherfucker. Just pull out your gun and say, freeze, motherfucker.
I'm like, I just want to pay for this and go. And he's like, oh, okay.
Take my money or I'm going to blow this shop up.
I'm just like, nah, it's good. You don't need to get a bag from the back. And he's like, oh, well, here's this shopping bag. And I'm like, that's cool. He's like, do you want to wrap it in paper to make sure it doesn't, like, rub on the way home so that way, like, it won't damage anything? And I'm like, it's chill. Don't worry about it. He's like, nah. So he, like, fucking starts meticulously wrapping the fucking bolt carrier group and the charging handle.
Just start slapping him around, man. Fuck.
Make sure they're not going to ding themselves on the way home. I'm just sitting there like, fucking Jesus.
It's a gun. It's not like a virgin sacrificial, sacrifice that has being sacrificed to a god that has to, be unnicked or untouched by someone else before it gets home. It's like fucking guns.
Oh, dude, there's more levels.
Guns work better if you treat them hard.
Dude, after he does that, he like
probably so do virgins
carefully
at some point.
Puts the like now wrapped internals into a fucking plastic bag and then very tightly and securely wraps it together to make sure there will be no issues. And like, I'm like, cool. I filled out the form. I'm ready to go. Fucking let me pay you so I could leave. And the guy was like, all right. And then before I could even think about what the fuck I even said, I'm like, oh yeah, am I paying for shipping? And then like instantly as soon as I said that, I just felt the regret hit me hard. As the guy like looks back up, and he's like, actually, I need to double check on this, and runs off again. I'm like, I'm just sitting there at this point, fucking hitting my head into the counter, being like, I fucking hate my life. Dude comes back.
You just need to bring a rope next. You need to bring a rope so you can lasso the guy next time. So to make sure he doesn't, I'm going to buy a gun from you, but you can't move during the whole time.
The guy comes back. He's like, nope, you don't have to pay for shipping. It's literally just $35 today, and you're like golden. I'm like, sweet. Here's my money. And then like as he's about to re-up, some other guy walks up. One of the guys buying one of the SP5Ks. And he's like, oh, is that a Noveski? And I'm like, yeah, it's an Noveski. And then the dude who's ringing me up stops, and he starts talking about the gun too. I look back at him like, no. You stop talking. You ring this up. You ring this up right now.
I don't want to go shopping with you. I never had that kind of a problem.
Eventually, like, dude, it was great though. Like, eventually, the guy, like, he was super fucking nice and friendly the entire time, and I'm just like fucking getting angrier and angrier. And I'm just like, take my goddamn money so I can leave. And then after like I paid for this shit, I noticed that they had another Saint on the wall, and I'm like, I might as well go look at it.
Sounds like you went to see like a nice hooker who wanted to make sure you enjoyed yourself instead of your nasty one. I like nasty gun shop salesmen who don't like me better, but unfortunately they're all nice.
Dude, like, he was ridiculously nice, and I felt bad being mad at him for like a second until he ran off again, and then I'm like, nope, fuck this dude. Although while I was there, like, one of the other guys buying the SP5K, the dude who wasn't buying like half the fucking store in guns was like, they were like, oh, we only have the California compliant version, so it has 10-round magazines instead of 30s. Well, the guy was like, well, I'm not about that. He's like, well, don't worry. What we're going to do is we'll let you keep the 2 10-rounders, and then we'll give you 2 30-rounders on top of it. And I'm like, shit, this gun store's fucking awesome. I love rifle gear. They're the greatest.
It's just once you walk in, you won't leave for an hour because the guy has to check everything with the gun guy in back, gunsmith in back.
Yeah, and then
Making
like
decisions on his own, apparently.
And then like I went to the back, looked at the fucking gun. Some random girl walked up who was apparently someone there working there. I don't know who the fuck she was. Was like, yo, I didn't even know we had these either. Let me look at it too. So we were like passing the gun back and forth to each other, looking at it. I'm like, yo, can I tear this thing open just so I can fucking see what the internals are like? And she's like, I don't know. So some third guy walks out. I was like, oh, you're tearing that gun apart? Yeah, fucking tear it apart. Let's see what's inside. I want to see. And then like I'm like, what the fuck is this sight and why is it so far forward? And he's like, I don't know. I have no idea why it's so far forward, but it's like he got really quiet, leaned in, put his like hands over his like mouth to like hide what he's saying. He's like, it's a UTG rear sight. Like it was a fucking shame. I'm like, cool.
Well, a lot of people just, as soon as you say UTG, they just run screaming. Cry like bitches. UTG, wah!
And I will say that the one thing I did like about it was the fucking Noveski hole that it had. That was cool. Good for them for putting a Noveski hole.
You're all about Noveski.
Yeah, dude. Especially when it's something good, like something that you can tighten a screw to tension the upper and the lower.
Could be in the pocket of big Noveski business.
I wish, dude.
He's a
I wish
lobbyist.
I didn't have to pay
He's
for
a paid
barrels
lobbyist.
anymore. That'd be the great.
He's going to go to Washington and pass pro-Noveski legislation.
Dude, think how much better guns would be if it's like, we're going to allow for only Noveski to make machine guns again. You can buy Noveski brand machine guns. It's like, yep.
So if I invested in 200 high point 45s to flip after the election, and I had a stack of them and took a picture, would that be like a good Instagram photo? I mean, people would either complain about it. It's like, oh my God, high points, you suck. Or say, oh my God, you're going to flip those for 10 times what you paid for them after the election.
I don't think anybody's going to think that.
Yeah, no one's going to give a shit about high points, dude. Unless you're selling them to like actual criminals who can't go buy real guns.
Well, there's a way to make money. How do you sell a truckload of high points to criminals and not get shot?
By selling to the criminals who have high points already.
You don't sell them ammo.
The bullets.
Yeah, don't give them the ammo. It's a trick question. Or do it in Germany.
But all in all, that was my day.
Oh, night strike. Night strike.
What's going on?
I didn't know you. Did you just say that? Don't give them the bullets?
Yeah, don't give him the bullets.
I didn't see that you jumped in, or I didn't know you were in here.
Yeah, I've been in here for a little while.
Give him 30. Give him 45 high points and give him 38 special ammunition.
No.
Well, if you're selling to Muslims in Germany, they probably know. I mean, I don't know what they should. They probably in Syria they probably use 9mm anyway, because they're closer to Europe, so it's all metric. Yeah, they didn't include how to buy a gun or fertilizer in that article. Welcome the German article for welcoming Syrian refugees. I was reading before, when nobody was in here, before the I Hate Guns chat broke up and everybody piled in here at once. G Web said, "What the fuck are you reading?" Then we all learned about German food and beer. So we are all now good to immigrate to Germany, except that I'm Jewish and that wouldn't be good. Actually, I've worked with a lot of Germans, and they are regular people. They're not all Nazis, believe it or not.
Remember, that shit died out when, they hung people. Once they started hanging people in Nuremberg, they knew that the whole thing was over.
Well, did you see Judgment in Nuremberg, the film? Not exactly. Once it was,
They got all the guys in charge. They couldn't find the guys that were responsible because they either died during the war or they left and went to Argentina.
But they let Goering off by letting him sneak in a suicide pill, so that he didn't get hung. You've slipped the noose by, taking a suicide pill. So.
Right on. Thanks. I was just thinking about looking for that.
That was a good movie, Judgment in Nuremberg. That was a hard one to make, but it was a tough trial. But it had William Shatner. We had a lot of big stars in Judgment in Nuremberg. The Germans didn't like the whole trial because I guess they felt like Germany was on trial for its crimes against humanity, and they didn't like that. But that was right when the Cold War started and the Berlin airlift and all that stuff, and it was move right from one war to the next. Cha cha cha. Pick a new partner. Delsey Do. Trump gets elected and can figure out how to not start a war with Russia. That would be nice, because Clinton looks like she's going to.
Oh no! Don't you know that Trump doesn't have any chance now? Because Yankee said that he doesn't have any chance now.
Yankee. Marshall, he's short. He's big on mouth and short on
I
brains.
can dispute Yankee right now with just one thing, and totally dispute him. And that's if the Cubs can win the World Series in 2016, Donald Trump can definitely win the election in 2016.
Yeah, that's what I have to say. Because
now that the Cubs have
hell
won,
froze over. The Cubs won the World Series,
so now we've seen everything. So it's okay to blow up the planet.
Yeah.
I mean, what else could possibly happen? I mean, nothing better could happen to Chicago.
Since when did you turn liberal?
I'm not. I'm just saying Clinton's gonna blow up the planet because the Cubs won the series.
I don't know about you guys, but I've been wearing my Cubs t-shirt all day, very proudly, for the first time in 30 years. I can walk around with my head held up high, wearing my Cubs shirt. And be like, yeah, like today's my day.
So are gang shootings going to go down, or drug shootings going to go down in Chicago for a day, or?
Now, hopefully, the Red Sox will win the World Series next year.
No, screw that. No, next year I want a repeat of the Cubs, man.
As long as it's not the Yankees. Everybody hates the Yankees.
Yeah, the Yankees can go.
Especially Yankee Marshals. I did do a video about a year and a half or 2 years ago about Yankee Marshall's brain. Can it be fixed? I don't know. The picture of a brain in a jar, Yankee's brain in a jar. Trying to analyze it.
If you have to ask the end, you already know the answer.
It's like the more stupid things he says, the more people subscribe to his channel because people are stupid. It's like people who vote for Hillary. We should just take, Adolf Hitler's speech and since she's using his same gestures, gesticulations, and just put his dialogue over her moving around and giving a stem speech.
Have you seen the thing? It's on Facebook, I think, and it's like a guy on the street kind of reporter like Jay Leno or somebody used to do. And people at a campus, I think, and he's like, Hitler or Hillary? And he would say something like a policy, and then people would go, Hitler. And you go, nope, Hillary. You seen that one?
No, is that like, it was a Jesse, who did it? Is it like Jesse Waters World or?
No, it's just some YouTube thing. It's on Facebook. I saw it about 4 times though, so I don't know what that means. Like 4 different people liked it, or I don't know what it means.
I'm never on Facebook, so I would say I didn't see it.
It's not. I don't know if I can even find it again because it's the way Facebook is. It only shows you shit once. So I think that means that 4 people just randomly picked it or whatever to share it or whatever they did. But yeah, it's pretty funny. And then the one guy at the end, it's like, it's whatever the statement was. He's like, "Well, that's Hitler." Nope, Hillary. It was funny.
I get it, but it's just her gesticulations are just so Hitler-like. It's like the comparison is like chilling. Anyway, so I fell asleep, then I woke up, and then I came in here. Nobody was on at all. Just Pink was on mute, sitting there being away from AFK, and then so I just started reading the German news on how to welcome a Syrian refugee, or whatever that article was. But it is making me hungry for bread, that article. I'm well out of olive oil, though. There's never any extra virgins olive oils around when you need them.
What about the tofu sausage?
I don't have tofu sausage. It's got sesame seed oil.
I find it hard to believe that somebody at the base of a volcano can't find virgins.
Well, they arrest you for if you do anything to them, though. So
you just squeeze the oils out of them.
Squeeze the what?
You just squeeze
oil.
Them.
Squeeze them until they oil. Yes, well, if you violently assault them with your uncircumcised member, then you're going to get in trouble.
That was more information than I needed.
I was just channeling Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Which put that in a gun movie of the day.
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is a gun movie?
There's a couple of guns in it. He has a rifle in the room.
He has a knife, too.
Yeah.
In the bathtub.
He's just doing his powders though.
Wants to be
Cutting open grapefruits.
He wants to have be electrocuted when White Rabbit peaks. That was such a good movie, man.
I haven't seen that movie in years.
That's one of the things. Like, if I would have been gotten off my ass when I was a kid, I could have gone out there and gone shooting that guy. That would be cool.
Oh my god, my brain isn't working. You mean the actual character, the actual writer, Hunter Thompson?
Uh-huh. I really liked his books. I read them all. Well, there's only the one movie, but I read all the books.
Yeah, that had a really good ending. That film, with the.
I don't know how much the movie. I don't remember the movie so much anymore. But in the book, there's a big chunk where he goes into the police convention.
Oh yeah, that police convention was. He walks into the hotel, and of course he's carrying a bunch of drugs in his briefcase, and you do a shot of the film where like there's an X-ray you can see inside his little carry suitcase, and it's stuffed with every kind of possible drug, and he's surrounded by police.
Stupid way it kicks you out of here and then makes you fucking click that thing that's going live. Like, the fuck, I know it's live. You just fucking kicked me out of the live room.
I really liked when he was trying to check into the first hotel near the beginning, and the clerk asked him what his name is, and he can't remember. My name is and then the floor starts moving, it's freaking out. I mean, when I was in high school, I did a lot of hash oil and weed, and I had one of those similar experiences. So it's like something I could have related to because of my stupidity in high school. But as the leader of the druggies in high school, the pot smoking contingent. Before I grew up, I was a hard partying, hard charging California stoner back in the day. But then I grew up, ran a business, and I never became respectable, but I did have to become sober. So I stayed that way once I got used to it.
Drug free is the way to be.
It's hard to hit what you're shooting at if you're stoned all the time.
Never tried the whole shooting stone thing.
Well, I wouldn't try walking into a gun shop all stoned and tweaked out and try and buy a gun, because they probably, or not to mention showing up at the police station and try and register one that way.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that would be a good idea. Either one of those.
Are you addicted to?
It's actually funny.
The question is on the forums: are you addicted to drugs? It's like, I don't know, what day is it?
These days, with it being legal here, you go to the fucking gun range and it says there's a big sign: if you smell like marijuana, you will not be allowed to shoot. It's just like, well, thank fucking God I don't have a stoner next to me.
Well, when I went to the range in California, unfortunately, the guy didn't apparently know not to point the gun, at the other people on the firing line, because there were these two guys next to us who were just talking only in Mexican, and and they, the one guy was, he was like trying to rapid fire his, Beretta or whatever the hell it was. And then as soon as he got done, he would just point it up and down, flag everybody on the firing line. And I looked at him with my eyes wide open. I didn't even look back at him, and then within like a few seconds, the range officer was in there, pointing, telling him keep it pointed down range, and pointing at the direction the gun should be pointed at. So I didn't have to.
The range officer did his job.
Yeah, he did. That was a shooter's paradise. I don't have anything against Mexicans as long as they don't flag me with their pistol at the range.
I got problems with anybody who flags me with their pistol at the range.
Race doesn't matter. It's you don't want their barrel pointing at you is all their gun. And he also said, I think they have a rule about no rapid firing. No, just like I think it was like one. What is it? 1 shot per second or something like that. You don't.
It's also no fun when you're shooting next to a guy who didn't get set up right, so you're getting hit with fucking shards of 45 lead and bullet jackets and all that stuff on the firing line because he's shooting up into the baffles and hitting the brackets and it's sending it right back at you.
Ouch! Somebody must be a terrible shot for that to happen.
No, this was my last trip to the range. He was in a wheelchair in the range and set him up right, so they didn't lower the counter or anything. So just the angle he was shooting at, he didn't really have a choice. If they would have set him up right, it would have been all good. But
yeah, well, they figured. I think they watch you on closed circuit TV, but I had my shooter's gloves and my Armory channel T-shirt on, so they figured I knew what I was doing in my Wiley X shooting glasses. So
yeah, and here's the range officer sitting inside with his fucking rifle plate carrier on and wasn't paying attention or anything until I walked out there with a handful of freaking copper jackets and lead and slammed it on the counter and said, dude, this shit ain't normal. Go fix this.
Well, the range officers were just one of the 2 friendly guys at the counter, but if somebody's gonna flag everybody on the firing line, then he got down there. I think he saw me flash my eyes looking at the Mexican like he was like I had to go over there and kick his ass, but I didn't. I just flared up for about a half a second and then went back to my business.
I've been shooting with my brother and one of his buddies, and his buddy would flag me. And dude, I laid into him. That shit ain't happening.
I had to get my father to stop flagging me at his house. He's like, stop waving that pistol around at me. Stop pointing the pistol at people. But he's like, well, it's my house. And I was like, well, I don't care if somebody gets shot. It's not going to matter whose house it is. My dad doesn't have very good safety habits, but he can shoot. He can hit what he's aiming at really well. He's a good shot. But I think firearm safety habits wasn't on his list in the Army. Back then, they taught you how to hit what you're aiming at, but not how to be safe with a firearm. I guess. So when I said goodbye to my dad when I left California, I said, "Try not to point your gun at anybody while I'm gone." It's funny. I love him to death. G-Webs keeps coming in and out.
Yeah, is anybody else getting kicked today? Or I don't know if it's my connection or if it's the YouTube.
Oh, I'm not getting kicked.
Several other people reported that their YouTube was acting really funny today. I think Pink said his was acting funny, and I heard it from someone else too. So
it must be
update NSA or something.
Everything else was fine right now is fine, except for when I go to YouTube, it's running like shit, like just doing my updates and shit on YouTube, and then this chat keeps kicking me. Sorry, I interrupted somebody there.
My Google was horrible on Tuesday. I got kicked out of hit or miss like 20 times, and I finally just said, I give up.
Wow. I'm just glad my computer doesn't keep typing 666 anymore.
Tells me to feed a puppy to the ATM machine.
Feed a puppy into the ATM machine.
So would now be a good time to talk about California?
It's never a good time to talk about California, but what specifically are we? What now? What do we do now?
Do you really need to do anything? You've already done so much already.
Prop
Well, it
63.
depends. If we're looking in the past, California was the beacon of hope and light with all things outdoors. With that said, we have lost that tradition.
Yeah, California.
I think you're confusing California for Arizona.
No,
No,
California is-
Open up your Golden Gate, California. Here I come. Right?
California was like one of the premier outdoor. I mean, you wouldn't have the level of conservation that we have today if it wasn't for California. California was the spearhead for most of the conservation laws that BLM uses throughout the nation.
Oh, BLM is not going to be a popular topic.
Well,
To
not
point to.
wrong
So you're saying that we wouldn't have-
Bureau of Land Management.
I'm trying to figure out whether I should blow up the DLNR car that's parked outside in the condominium parking lot.
Well,
right
and
now.
BLM's any conservation agency, wildlife, fish and game, whatever.
Yeah, we don't talk about that either.
Okay. Regardless of it being inefficient and wasting lots of money and all that other goodness that they don't understand what the hell they're doing, there is a positive to that. There aren't just people out there poaching all the time.
Look, California was okay in the 60s, but there's no more film industry there anymore, and the golden age of California is
They've
past.
all moved the jobs to China for
Good. Finally, everybody start leaving here so that the price will go down.
The stoners have moved to Colorado.
No, you see, that's wrong because we want all the liberals to stay in California because if they go elsewhere, they will infect the rest of the nation.
They're not
You know where they're
only
going,
liberals.
right? You know where they're going, right? They're going to Texas. Or Texas.
Is that why we're going to lose Texas in this election?
No,
Because too many
or
people from
Texas.
California moved there?
Technically, they're going to the legal pot states like Washington and Colorado.
Poor
No,
goddamn
they're
Texas.
going to Austin. Those motherfuckers.
Yeah, they're going to Austin. That's it. Smeggy knows. That's it. Not Smeggy. Sorry. Yeah, you know. You got
Wow,
it.
that's an insult to Smeggy. I'm insulted that you called Flippy Smeggy.
No, Flippy knows. Flippy knows what's up. Flippy is like an engineering. We have an engineering bond, a mental connection.
Oh, isn't that you just both watch the same porn movies?
No.
You're mixing up Flippy and Smeggy. Flippy's the one in Texas. Smeggy's the guy you know.
No, I know. Smeggy's the guy I know, but Flippy's the one that we share a lot of commonality when it comes to problem solving.
Would you do you need the number of a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I do.
Hey, Dead Horse. Are you there, Dead Horse? Woohoo.
Yes.
He's screen sharing something.
You know how to fix that whole problem? How you're safe from that?
Yeah, you just shave all your pubes off. Wait, what are we talking about?
No. He's saying about an EMP taking out the power. You know how you fix that?
Shaving your pubes isn't going to stop an EMP.
It's called building a Faraday cage. You fix the problem, so you're good. Everybody else is fucked, but you're
well,
fine.
the grid goes down. It won't matter too much, but
If a paint can is a Faraday cage.
well, what can you
Technically,
hide
no, it's
in a
not.
fake can? What
Yes,
can you
it
put
is.
in a fake?
Technically, a
paintball
Faraday
can?
cage.
A radio.
A Faraday cage needs to be grounded. So
You can
basically,
ground a paint can.
no.
You put a paint can on the ground.
Let
It's
me
grounded.
The easiest way to
come
go
on.
and build a Faraday cage is just to
I'm sorry.
weld a bunch of chicken
wait,
wire
hold
together
on.
and then ground it.
You don't know anything about grounding anything. You need a
Of course I
copper
do.
rod.
I'm kidding.
You
I'm
need a
joking.
copper rod, and you need a test gear to see if you can
Hold
actually.
on.
Depends on the kind of ground you're grounding
It's
it
a
in.
joke. You take jokes like my wife takes jokes. They don't. Listen, The grounding, I get it. I'm a ham radio operator. I put antennas up. We put 5-foot copper stakes into the ground. We put like 5 of them and spread them out. Yeah, no, I understand grounding. It was a joke. It was a joke. With that said, if you think there are people that are going to be surviving where you're arcing that badly to ground that you need a cross-strapped ground to ground your Faraday cage, in the case of an EMP, holy shit. That is a serious fucking bomb that just blew up over your house.
Yeah, I actually had when I had my recording studio in Burbank, we put in this device that actually had on a spec that it could survive a nuclear strike in the power lines.
That's awesome.
It was an array.
That's how deeply grounded that thing was.
It wasn't the grounding. It was an array of resistors that absorbed. It absorbed. It was this resistor array, this gigantic heavy thing, and it's like a resistor array of, and so basically it was like, you know, thousands of, I think it was resistors, but basically it just, the whole concept was that, you know, when we clicked it into the circuit, it would kill all the noise on the line, because it would all go through this array of resistors or whatever it was, like thousands of them. And so if they actually put on the you know, a ridiculous spec, like, you know, it'll survive a nuclear strike. I mean, okay, but the people won't, but your electronics will. You know?
It won't though. The problem
survives.
The problem that doesn't account for is the path bleeding. The real problem with EMP is we have these chips now, our wafer chips, where we've got copper leads that are all
right. Well, this is just
EMP arcs that.
This is just set to protect the power coming over your lines, you know, protect you from a surge, you know.
Oh, gotcha.
You know, the EMP, you know, there's a spike, you know, the EMP goes over the power lines and everything spikes, and then so this could absorb that.
So you are lightning proof, basically.
I was when I had the studio. Now it's just sitting in storage with all the rest of my, you know, audio gear in Malibu.
Oh shit! You want me to go get it? I'll use it.
Oh, you want to buy a 40 input Trident?
No.
It's been spec'd out. How much money you got? You got the money. No. I got your disease.
No. But I'll use it since it's just sitting there. If that's it.
I don't think it works that way.
It doesn't? Damn it.
No. But yeah, no, I've built a Faraday cage before.
But yeah, no.
Yeah,
but are we put in
can a Faraday cage survive a fucking riot in Chicago after the Cubs win? I think not.
Did they actually flip over any cars or anything, or was it relatively tame?
It wasn't. They burnt down like half of Chicago.
There aren't any
Seriously?
cars left to flip over in Chicago, are there?
They literally lit a bunch of buildings on fire.
Great.
And then they started whipping bricks at the fucking police.
That's how Flippy got his name, by flipping cars over.
Huh? Are you joking? Because I haven't seen any news. I hope you're joking.
I'm not even in the slightest. Do you want to see actual video from when they were fucking burning Chicago? Okay.
Sure.
Don't just send me links to the Chicago fire that somebody hand drew on.
Yeah, and you'll know it was Flippy because he'd have a wizard right next to it.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right, somebody screen share that.
Oh, cool. Can I
Here's the link. We were watching it live last night.
I will be right back. Oh, G-Web's just dropped off. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Yeah, he's having a problem with his internet, with his YouTube or his Google or something. I've got a panic button. Panic now.
Well, the panic building is like dropping the servers at YouTube. Like right now, like everyone's panic building. So.
What are they panic building?
Guns. They're panic building guns before Hillary.
I thought YouTube was anti-guns.
Oh, hell no. YouTube's like one of the #1 sources, I think, for pro-gun related things. Like every single commercial I turn on, or every single show that I want to watch on YouTube right now, like an NRA commercial pops up on it. Like every single time.
Well, they do study, you know, the websites you visit, so I don't know.
And then, but I get Brownells commercials. I get Midwest commercial or Midway commercials. I get Brownells. I get
I've had a couple body armor commercials come on. I've had a lot of different gun related just commercials while I'm watching my gun related content. So
whenever I turn on the TV, I get that, you know, if you're not a prepper now, you will be, you know, commercial for Wise Food. Then it's like, okay, I get it. I bought the thing of Wise Foods. Now stop showing me the damn commercial.
I just get the invest in precious metals thing, like, you know, copper, copper and lead and brass and primers and all that good stuff.
Lead bullion, silver bullion, gold bullion, lead bullion.
Brass.
Let's get down to brass tacks. How much for the monkey?
70, 75, T6 aluminum in the shape of a blower.
I was channeling Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas again. Oh, looks like Hashnazi became ungrounded. Yeah, my studio actually we had a copper, you know, we put it. When we built the place, we put a copper rod into the ground, but when we tested it later, it was just basically free floating because the ground sucked. The earth just sucked. So,
yeah,
you know,
you gotta keep pouring ground down, and you gotta actually wet it in some cases to.
Well, you know, basically, I didn't bother to fix it because, you know, it was, you know, it was a 10-year lease, but, you know, the place worked fine. So,
What were you running out of there? Pirate Radio?
no, I did foreign language dubs for Fox and Sony and Warner Brothers
Sweet.
for about 15 years, and before the whole thing got shipped overseas, and Technicolor and the accounting department made a deal to put the entire film industry, independent post-production places, all out of business at once. So, but I did about 150 films in different languages. And
Wow, that's pretty awesome. What any of the big ones we would know about?
well, yeah, but I mean, I was just doing foreign language dubs, so yeah, I did all the big ones. X-Files in Italian. I did Out to Sea in like 4 different languages, and I did, you know, I did, you name it, I did it. Anything that was Anna Karenina in Japanese.
Anna Karenina in Japanese. Holy shit! So did you actually have to know the language? Like, how did you know?
No, I was.
You were just capture.
I was the audio engineer. I started off. I was the guy that recorded every loop. I pushed every, and eventually I had the contacts, and I became like the contractor and got the contracts. So I got to make, instead of getting paid nothing, I got paid, you know, really well, you know, because obviously whoever gets the contract keeps all the money and pays everybody else as little as possible.
Yeah, you
distribute. Just enough to keep them interested in showing up and doing the work. And
It's
so
the Lord's work right there. That's the Lord's work. That's awesome, dude. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so but that's why I still have in all my audio gear in storage. I have like a 40 input Trident. You know, it used to be.
That's insane. That's insane.
Yeah, an analog.
That's so many inputs. No man needs that many inputs.
Yes, you do. I used them all sometimes.
No self-respecting audio engineer would need that many inputs.
Bullshit.
You obviously don't know how to do your job, sir.
I was the top guy in LA. I didn't. I only used one input.
I'm joking about 30.
Have you ever recorded a rock band? Have you ever recorded a rock band?
My joke is sailing over your head. I'm making a joke about 30-round magazine limits. I'm making a joke about magazine limits. This is still gun chats, right? Are we still in gun chats?
Oh, I thought we were talking about audio gear and Tridents.
No, we are. It's a joke, damn it.
But what's cool is all the input modules had iron core transformers in the original Trident. So what you did was, if you set up a bunch of mics on your drums, you could, you know, just press the busing buttons to select a group of buses and get a really warm sound because everything was going through these warm sounding iron core transformers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And,
No,
and
I'm,
so
I'm,
then
I'm,
you
I'm
would
with
use
you.
like,
I like it all.
5 mics for one sound, on, and would wind up on one track, but you'd use all the different buses to group them, and through the
Correct,
monitor.
and you can tweak all of them and make the best sound in that situation. I'm with you totally. I was just making a joke about magazine limits purely.
I mean, I still have my vacuum tube vac rack and mic pre's and limiters and sitting in storage, which I used even after I moved to Hawaii and because it looked like all my contracts had dried up, and then all of a sudden I got a bunch more, and I would fly back and forth into a different studio, and I'd just bring my tube gear and we'd record everything through the vacuum tube so it would sound good, and then we'd do it all on Pro Tools.
Were you ever into radio, like ham radio or AM or anything like that? Because tube gear is still where it's at. A lot of people are still rocking tube gear.
Yeah, well, it sounds great, and no,
great.
I knew basically my tech at my studio was Steve Furlot, and him and who was the guy that I'm trying to remember. He got his original designs from the guy who had the designs for who owned the designs, who invented the like a very famous tube limiter. Oh, my brain isn't working. And going back into time, who was the vac rack designed on the? Oh God,
it's not Moog.
No, that's synthesizers.
I don't know. You got me. You know more about this than I do, for sure.
Yeah, but then he did it after I got out of it. He invented even a better tube system where they ran the audio through the plate of the tube instead of the other part. It's they just kept fucking with the tube designs to get it to sound as warm as possible.
Have you ever actually worked on any of the equipment, particularly tubes? They're really interesting to work with.
Well, I mean, basically, we found my tech. He was so into tubes. He found some radioactive World War II tubes that had like radioactive elements.
Oh wow!
Plutonium. We discovered plutonium tubes, and I put that in one of my brochures in my studio that I handed out. So I thought, this sounds like bullshit. You didn't discover plutonium tubes. So I explained. So somebody went down to interrogate me about. Oh yeah, it's like how do you know they were plutonium? And it's like, well,
because you'd
we
all
looked
be
it up.
radiated.
No, we looked it up in the you'd be irradiated if the vacuum tube broke.
Oh,
so when you look up the replacement part to replace the item in you look up the tube, has a number on it, so you look up the replacement part for it in the catalog, for replacement parts for 2 vacuum tubes, and it would have a radiation disposal hazard warning.
No shit.
And then so then they believe me because when I told them that, they says, that's how you would know it's radio. Okay, you found plutonium tubes, and so
the way to dispose of them is throw them immediately into the gutter, smash them up, and then hose it down.
You will radiate all the gutter water
right into the ocean, right down the storm drain.
No, you'll irradiate everything. You have to.
No, only Japan's allowed to do that.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Or is that too soon?
Too soon.
Well, I don't think they dumped plutonium into the ocean. They dumped other radioactive, coolant.
It wasn't plutonium. Yeah,
but the tubes we found were plutonium.
Right. The
plutonium vacuum tubes that were built during World War II, that were used, by the military.
Right.
They had plutonium vacuum tubes, and we found some. Because Furlot was, really into tube gear, he built, and his company built the vac rack, and you can Google that. Inward Connections. He was like my tech. He was Steve Vai's tech, but he started working for me. I was paying him. He was slumming it when he was working at my studio, though. I mean, because everybody else, all of his other clients were so much richer than me. I was just, he had greater things coming. Yeah, but I helped him get us. He wouldn't have gotten him.
Absolutely.
I didn't hire him because he needed the steady job of fixing my old Trident. and getting it to work. Because if you buy a Trident just like off of eBay or something, if you can find them still, which you pretty much can, then it won't work. Because, you know, I spent 10 years getting mine to work, you know, and
Really?
you can, so yeah, I mean, I had to make it work because I was running paying sessions every day. And whenever, you know, that's how you make it work, is you run every circuit every day. And when something doesn't work, you fix it. And you keep a log, you know, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. And when you get a Trident, it will not work. It'll
You
look
had a
cool.
hired person on staff to fix that thing.
Well, I had his phone number, and whenever something went wrong, I called him.
Right on. Yeah.
You know, I was the only technical employee, you know, of the corporation, but, you know, I sure paid him a lot of money to do it and show up, you know. And when I really
Very
started
cool.
making money, then, you know, he started charging me a little more, but, you know, but yeah, he just used to work at Trident and hang around in there, and well, there was a Trident USA, but there isn't anymore. And I bought all the old parts that they had from the part seller. So I like, with my Trident, I have like this box of old Trident, you know, replacement parts, and there's like there like aren't anywhere else in the world except in my storage locker. You know?
Oh my God! Could you like start eBaying those off? Just like make some
Probably,
sweet
yeah.
cash?
I could. You know, if I wasn't so attached to my damn Trident, you know, it wasn't like a artistic paintbrush to me, you know. But it's like I don't think I'll ever be able to put that in a studio and work it with it again, because it's like costs too much to do that. You have to pay for a place for it. You got to pay electricity for it. You got to hook it up, set it up, and then, you know, test each circuit every day again. And I don't. That's like a nightmare of a job, you know.
What's electricity cost you to run something like that?
In Hawaii, it'd be impossible.
No, of course, but I mean, like, what was that running you when you were in Malibu?
Well, no, the studio. I lived in Malibu. I did not work there. The studio was in Burbank, so it was cheap.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Burbank has
makes sense.
cheap
Yeah.
electricity. They have their own, you know, and you can avoid LA city taxes. You know, I remember one time the LA city tax collector called me and tried to get me to convince me to talk about my business. So I just gave him my accountant's phone number. It said, call him, he'll answer any question you want. Call my Jewish accountant, Moshe.
Moshe.
Here's his name and number. You call him. He says, you're not cooperating. He said, so he says, what is it exactly that your business does? And I said, I don't know.
I don't know what my business does.
Yeah, and then he said, oh,
I'm
you're not
drunk.
cooperating. And then so my clients were standing right next to me, and one of them says, oh, I guarantee you he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
He's drunk. He's drunk right now.
And so I said, no, I am cooperating with you. I gave the number of my account. I gave you the number of the corporation accountant, and he will answer any questions you have about my company. And
You're
so
like,
my
this
accountant
guy,
basically
it is his
told him,
job to do this.
yeah, it's like, you know, and
He knows the numbers.
Well, yes, but it was basically my way of just shuffling him off to the accountant
I get
who told him, why are you bothering my client? You're from LA City and he's in Burbank City, and you shouldn't even be talking to him. You don't own the fucking world. You know, and you know, he could give him every regulation that he wanted because he knows the tax code like the back of his hand.
That's what you want, man. Good Jewish tax guy, man, or accountant.
Yeah, he used to be in the IDF. He was a pilot in the Air Force. He flew Skyhawks, and he hurt his back, I think ejecting or something, and so he
Holy shit.
moved to LA and became an accountant. And we met him at the Temple, actually.
That's got to tell you something about the forces at play when you eject from a plane, right? When it crushes your spine.
Yeah, those A-Force Skyhawks, it didn't crush his spine. He just, you know, had a back injury, you know.
Right. That's gnarly.
So the Israeli Air Force is our CPA. So
let him handle the
evil
the
IRS.
aggressive tax people. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember one time as I was in his office, and they said, "Oh, just call the IRS and tell them, you know, this particular information that I needed to tell them or something." And then they started asking me questions, you know, that I wasn't prepared to answer, you know, and so I said, "Moshe, they're asking me questions.
I need an adult."
And he runs over and picks up the phone in a panic. Don't talk to them. Don't answer any questions. You know, don't put me on the phone to the IRS. You know, and you know.
Yeah, now the game is they're trying to jam up all the grow shops that are in Burbank and other spaces where they've got cheaper power, and they're running
really?
massive grow operations.
Well, I mean, isn't yeah, I don't know. It is, power was cheap in Burbank considering what I was doing.
What are they doing to trip them up?
They just want to know why, exactly the same thing. They would just want to understand what the business is so they can try and get a piece. Because that's what it's all. It's a shakedown, right? It's like the same thing as the Indian IRS people that call you. It's just a shakedown attempt. If you don't give them any information, then they can't get anything from you.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but the LA City, tax collectors, call you up and it's like, because they think, if you do something that is shown in LA, if you work in the film industry and you do something and it's played somewhere in Los Angeles or it's duplicated in Los Angeles, then you owe them money, and that is such bullshit. But that's how they, they'll tax anybody. They'll tax.
That's
anything.
their logic. Yeah, that's their logic.
If you do you breathe our smog, okay, send us money. And literally, but I was in the city of Burbank. I was incorporated, and it says right that on my I paid the $800 a year for California corporate tax, and it says City of Burbank Corporation. So
right.
They can't claim I was in Los Angeles when I'm not.
Right.
Even if all my clients were. So.
Yeah. Now I hear you.
Man, speaking of grow shops, every time I walk my neighborhood, I think that there's man.
Speaking of grow shops,
no, I've been going out for walks all the time, right? And I can't fucking find a block I can walk in my area without smelling freaking dank all over the place.
That's a big problem you've got there.
It's horrible.
The vote's coming. That's pro weed, anti gun. That's the new California slogan.
Yeah, they'll vote yes on weed and no on guns because they're all
they're anti-American.
They're just mellow, mellow out or you will pay. California Uber alles. I mean, it's that the dead Kennedys guy was right. Just play California Uber alles. We got Jerry Brown, again. Just like it's the dead Kennedys, California Uber alles. It really is. The Suede Denim Secret Police. They will come for your uncool niece.
Yep. For real.
Mellow out or you will pay.
Well, you're going to pay. That's why you got to mellow out. Where are you? I think I asked this. Where are you at on the islands? Are you in Oahu?
No, I'm on the Big Island.
That's right. You mentioned that. No, yeah, you told me about this. Right on.
But all my audio gear is in Malibu, and yeah, I couldn't afford to set it all up again.
No.
And I'm not crazy enough.
Just open a studio.
So why not let
Hawaii?
Osh use it?
Because I have no use for that. I have no use for a 70.
Yeah, and he doesn't have that kind of money to pay me for all that shit.
No.
I mean,
I do, but I'm not going to.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna.
Well, let's see. I bought it for $33,000, and I spent about $50,000 in 10 years working on it. So I figure $250,000 would be okay.
Yeah, right.
I'll send it to you.
That's not the street price.
That's not the street price. You buy a Trident on the street, you're buying a pig in a poke. You could talk to Steve Furlot. I'll give you his phone number, and I could show you the damn checks for every hour he worked on it.
Oh, I believe you. I believe you. You spent that money. I get it. I believe it.
Yeah,
but you're talking Craigslist prices today.
No, I would never sell it for that much. I'd rather throw it in the ocean and use it as a boat anchor than sell it for that much. Literally, I mean, it's like it's like an art brush to me. It's like it used to be Phil, the guy who sold it to me from Music Box in Hollywood, who used to own Music Box like 3 or 4 owners ago. He said it was Phil Collins board out of New York from a Q Sound before I got it, but the thing didn't work.
Phil
Collins board, yeah, his tracking board. Tridents are tracking boards, not mixing boards. But I mean, I replaced. First of all, the thing has all the tin switches that were in there. They're now gold-plated switches.
No.
Yeah,
Holy crap.
T8 4s, 6s, and 8s. Oh, they're all gold-plated switches. Completely rebuilt the patch bay. It's got a discrete circuit.
Somebody trying to CW right now? Are we doing CW? We're gonna do CW chat.
No, my bad. I was backing up.
Yeah, non-polarized capacitors, gold-plated switches, the main circuit and monitor circuit. The main summing bus is all discrete circuits, so there's like no distortion. It's got an incredible stereo field. And when I first put in the circuits, there was so much high end. I was like, where did the bottom go? Because I did not need, it was like a mastering studio. So
That's crazy.
so we put in, iron core. We put in some iron core transformers in the main summing bus because there was just too much high end for me compared to, because the low end was still there, but it was passing. There was, because all the distortion was removed when we took out the 5542s for the summing bus.
This is all nice and interesting, but
yeah,
I
I
think
know.
I'm gonna go to bed because it's 4 a.m.
Okay, go to sleep.
Have fun.
See ya.
Yes, sir.
Take care, Night Strike.
Don't let Hawaii bore you with all his sound mixing talk.
Well, I could go back to reading about the German welcoming article to Syria.
That would probably be more interesting. But either way, I'm going to bed.
Benjamin Franklin list or whatever you were reading earlier.
Well,
I'll talk to you guys later.
Unless you're an audio guy.
No, you guys are talking gibberish to me. So
Yeah, all my stuff is all like 4 tracks, and it's all just it's all voice.
I still have my 2-inch
it's
tape
podcast,
machine.
So it's like, who cares?
Yeah, I know.
Just podcasting
Well, I
is
have
not
this
the
is a
same.
vacuum tube mic, and that I'm.
Oh, your
normally,
audio right now is going to tell you your sound is really good. Your voice is coming through very crisp, very clean.
good. It's like a very expensive microphone. Only been dropped once or twice.
Mm-hmm.
Because this cheap stand that I have here sucks.
Yeah, you got an expensive mic on a cheap stand.
Exactly.
Excellent. Got to duct tape it. Throw some gaffer's tape on that bad boy.
Yeah, I probably should duct tape this thing. Fucking piece of shit stand. Yeah, I recorded. I don't know. I didn't record Brendan Fraser to this mic. I used my U87i.
So, when you guys started talking about California, what was you wanted to just bitch about California? Because I get it, but was there a particular news thing that was going down or something like that you guys wanted to talk about?
Oh, that was Night Strike, I think, and he just cut out.
Oh, right.
Isn't that who brought that up? Who brought up California?
Was it Night Strike? Yeah.
I don't remember. I was off on my audio Trident audio superiority tangent. Audio supremacy. Vacuum tube and I was just talking about why my Trident is so great.
Got a gun question. Anybody in here have experience with the Mossberg MVP patrol rifle?
No.
Nope.
Right on.
What's the problem?
Oh, there is no problem. I just got one, so I thought I'd see if anybody else had experience and what they thought.
So the patrol what is that? What is it?
Why would anyone buy a rifle from a shotgun company? Would be my first question.
They make rifles.
I know they
because it's a cool fucking nice little rifle.
But
takes AR mags,
they have crappy customer service, don't they?
I don't give a fuck. It's a cool little niche rifle, and I'm a reloader, so I wanted to get. What up?
There, if you watch some YouTube videos, there's been reports of accuracy issues with the MVP. I'm not sure if they've fixed that or not. Okay, apparently one of the YouTubers said that he contacted Mossberg about it, and it has something to do with their barrel torque or something like that, or maybe it was just their barrel in itself, but they're aware of the accuracy issues. And several YouTubers have sent theirs back, And one YouTuber even got his back again, and he was using really nice glass, like $1,000 glass, and he couldn't get better than like 4-inch groups on paper at 100 yards.
Really?
Like
Oh, wow.
gun was shooting was 4 inches, and then he was like, okay, and just to show you that I'm not a shitty shooter, he took the same glass, put it on a Remington 700, and was shooting 1-inch groups at 100 yards with the same scope. So it wasn't him, and he was like, the trigger's fine. It's not the trigger. It's not, it's something with the barrel. And then I don't think I've seen an update from him because he said he's going to send it back a third time. But he's not the only YouTuber that has said that they were really pointed in the accuracy, and they were getting like 2 to 4 inch groups, and they just couldn't get better than that.
Right on. Well,
but that might be all fixed.
Yeah,
that might be. This was like last year, I think, that all this was happening.
So I may be the first gun channels guy with one of these fuckers. So I'll let you guys know what I think, how it shoots.
Yeah.
No, I got it because I would, just started reloading. And
what caliber are you getting it in?
Oh, it's 5.56.
Yeah, the 5.56. Because doesn't it come in 300 blackout too?
I'm not sure. I know it comes in 308.
Or yeah, no, I think they had don't they have a 300 blackout one too?
They could. I'm honestly not sure. I bought it on I bought it on a whim. I went out today and bought reloading components and was just like, you know what? I'm gonna go put my hands on a bolt action because I want to.
So what made you go with that and not like the Savage?
Like
how much for that
Savage Axis? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Dude, I liked the idea of it taking AR mags. I like the idea of the flash hider, all that stuff,
The threaded barrel, the AR mags, those are all definite pluses, that's for sure.
Because it's kind of like a scout rifle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole concept.
Yep. It's super light. I mean,
does it have a Picatinny rail on the bottom of the forend?
On the bottom of the forend?
Yeah, for like a bipod or anything, or does this have a traditional like sling?
It's got a traditional sling swivel.
Okay. I was just wondering if they put Picatinny rails on it or not. I couldn't remember.
No, just traditional sling swivel.
Did it already come with a bases for a scope mount? Did it already, or at least like Picatinny rail sections for the scope mount, or?
Yeah, it's already got the Picatinny mounted up top.
Did it come with a cheap scope too, or no?
No.
What kind of glass are you gonna put on it?
I got my Burris 2-7. I may throw that on here, or I may I'm gonna take it out and run it with irons first. And
2-7's a good scope to have on a 223.
Yeah, the 2-7's on the Mini 14 right now. I may take that off and run the Mini with irons and bad boy on here because my other scope, Nikon P223, it's a little big for this, I think. I mean, I want to say this is probably just a 4.5 or 5 pound rifle. I mean, it's super fucking light. I'm gonna have to look up the specs.
4.5 pounds must be super light. That is super light.
Yeah, I'd guess that rifle probably weighs more like, 7 pounds.
I don't know.
Pounds. That's my guess.
Well, put it on it. Buy a scale for $5 off of Amazon and find out.
How about I'll go step on my fucking without it, and then I'll step on it with it, and I'll tell you.
All right. Ding 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 ding.
Which one did you get? The MVP Patrol or the MVP Scout or
MVP Patrol? It was a total fucking wild hair purchase. I was just like, what the hell? Why not?
I have a guy that's posting a bunch of comments on my video about the 21A Bobcat, the Beretta 21A Bobcat, and he keeps telling me that his firing pin, when he fires it, it like won't go back, it won't retract, it just sticks out constantly. And I'm like, okay, well, it sounds like you don't have the you don't have it lined up correctly with the spring and the roll pin. And he's like, no, I've got it all set up right. And I was like, well, you can't have it set up right because if the firing pin keeps protruding out where the where it cycles, it's going to run away from you. It's going to unload your whole mag. So the firing pin is obviously not. Yeah, he's slam firing it basically. I'm like, you don't have something configured correctly.
And what barrel length did you get on your MVP?
16.25.
Okay, so
all right, so I'm 167 on the scale without it. I'm 173 with it, so it's 6 pounds.
Fucking skinny on fart. 167.
On the website,
yeah, I've been losing weight like crazy lately. Getting in shape, man.
On the website, it lists.
How old are you?
31.
All right, that is pretty light. You're lightweight.
Yeah, on the website, it lists that model of MVP as 7 pounds, and the 308 version 7.5 pounds. And
Well,
with the scope,
how
model
the
that
hell's-
they sell with the scope's 8 pounds.
All right, how the hell's that work? Because I even got a bipod on this, and it just came in at 6. So I don't know, man.
Well, that's just the weight they list right on the website for the MVP patrol rifle, 16-inch barrel with the black stock. They list it right at 7 pounds.
I have a question. Who is patrolling with a bolt action rifle?
Everybody.
Has
Hey,
1 in
buddy.
9 twist,
Who is-
Yeah, 1 in 9 twist.
medium profile, 11 round capacity. But it
10
takes AR mag,
Yeah,
so you
AR
can.
mags. Yeah, you can put whatever you want in there.
AR mag 10 plus. It came with 10 plus 1 mag. It's not.
Put your beta mag on that bolt action.
Length of pulse 13.25.
Bolt action with a beta mag. Crazy.
I wonder if
That'd be sweet.
I wonder if it'll say in my manual. It ain't gonna give that spec in my manual. I just stepped on the scale, so I'm gonna believe what I just saw. You know. Plus that's
I
got a
don't
bipod
believe,
on.
it when you're on the scale too.
Are you gonna believe what we tell you, or what? Or you're gonna believe your own eyes?
Well,
Unless your scale is poorly calibrated, I don't know.
Yeah. What country was your scale made in?
Dude, it really doesn't matter if it's.
You think scales are accurate? Really?
Okay, well, it doesn't matter though. If I was 167 without it and I picked the motherfucker up and then it's 173, I mean,
It means
okay.
your scale is shit. Most
Yeah, that's
scales,
just
most
like-
scales
those
are
scales
shit.
aren't accurate. Those big scales that measure like body weight, like those are just measuring in pounds. Like those don't have to be accurate like a postage scale.
Oh, you,
or anything
you want
like
you want me to go put it on the food scale and measure it in ounces?
Yes. But if you
Yeah, hold on,
actually
I would just make
read the
sure-
reviews of scales on Amazon, and you'll see everyone complaining that, you know, if you actually test your scale with actual weights, you'll find out they're not accurate. You know, unless you spend a ton of money on a super expensive scale, and even if you do, you have to test those scales with actual weights.
It's
My
in the
scale
ball. It's
feed
in the
with
ball.
test
How about this? It's in the ballpark of 6 pounds, and that's with the
Yeah.
magazine with bipod.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
7
not
is in the ballpark of 6 pounds. So
I disagree about the accurate scale thing because like my $16 postage scale does up to like 70 pounds, and it
Have
came
you-
with test weights, right?
oh,
Yeah,
it
but
came
the-
with test weights. Okay.
But that's a
And-
granularity of weight.
I never have to tar it out because
No,
every
no.
time I put a test weight on it, whether it's a 1 ounce test weight or the 1 pound test weight, like it's perfect every single time. Like it's right
Well,
on.
but
Hold
you know, just because it could be calibrated to test right with those specific weights that they give you with it, even though it's off at different weights. I'm serious.
Okay.
You know, you need to get super scientific, you know, with this
Oh,
shit
Jesus.
because
Who gives a
you're
shit?
dealing with somebody who kept a
Yeah.
Trident working in one of the worst designed, unscientific designs of a board ever invented, and made it perfect. So
All right,
you have
all right,
to
well,
be
all right,
really
well, all right.
attentive.
Okay, how about this? I just put 2 10-pound weights on the son of a bitch, and it's weighing 1 pound heavy. So it came in at 21 pounds.
Where did you get these weights from?
I
These,
put
all the weights I know
oh,
of that are
oh,
10 pounds are made in China.
So my 10-pound dumbbells aren't 10-pound dumbbells.
Right.
So
That's
that
what I'm
proves I'm
saying.
right. If it's
It was
weight
made
one
in China.
See, that proves
Fucking made in China. Your scale is from China. Your weights are from China, and you're just lucky your gun's not from China.
All right. Well, no matter what, this scale's weighing 1 pound heavy. So
So the rifle weighs 1 pound more.
Well, in
No,
America,
it weighs 1 pound less than what it's showing. If the scale's what's showing 1 pound heavy, then what it actually is 1 pound less than what it's showing. So it could
Well, and
be
here-
fucking
here in-
5
here in
pounds.
Also
America.
counts for your weight, so it's exactly the same, except you're 1 pound more.
and here in America, gravity is more effective than in China. So that's you got to account for that.
Well, I was watching the Doomsday show on the History Channel of how the world ends, and there's roving black holes throughout the universe, so that could be affecting your scale.
Oh, I bet.
And if a roving black hole intersects with the planet Earth, the entire world will, the core will just crack, and you'll have all the volcanoes will just come apart, and
Right, God,
it'll
sounds like
either
fucking apocalypse, man.
It is. It shows the History Channel is showing 10 different ways that the world can end, and either the entire planet spaghettifies and gets sucked into the hole like a big string of spaghetti.
Nice.
Or if Einstein had this theory that the gravity of a black hole formed a ring, and so if the Earth passes through the center of the event horizon of a black hole, then it will appear in a parallel universe,
right,
where Trump is president and Hillary loses the election.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I think I read this
I'm
in
tracking,
Dianetics.
man.
I think Dianetics talked about this when I read it. I'm just
Well,
kidding.
with Einstein's theory.
It was a
passing
joke.
through
Again.
the event horizon. I can't tell.
Hey,
just give me $250,000 and you can have my trident.
We're gonna beat a sense of humor into your head one of these days, HVS.
I'm trying to make Hashinachi give me $250,000 to buy my trident.
I'm telling you, I think you like you said, it's an artist pen to you, so you're too attached. You're too attached.
I am.
You're not a seller. You're a keeper. You're a hoarder of this equipment.
Yeah, it's been sitting in a storage locker next to the Malibu police station for 10 years.
At least you know it's safe.
How many grams are in a pound? Anybody know?
Google it. Don't ask me
I don't
factual questions.
I'm not a drug
There's
dealer. I know.
there's gotta be a stoner in here.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not a drug dealer. I don't.
We need to get back onto drugs and scales. 438 ounces in a pound.
440 or 448 grams.
How many grams in a pound?
448 grams in a pound.
All right.
Well,
but troy ounces and regular ounces are different.
That is true. That jammed me up one time. On a
Troy
video, when I had my
AR-15s and Daniel Defense AR-15s are different.
Now we're getting back into talking about gold, silver, troy ounces, and I can ramble about the debt bubble to piss off G-Webs.
Well, I take the nothing fancy stance on ounces, is that they equal pounds and pounds equal pain. So even if your stuff weighs like 10 pounds, just like tell yourself it only weighs 7. Psychologically, that'll make a difference.
That's like sweat equity, right? Now how does that equate to sweat equity?
So it's like that's why like when we jog and run, we use like ankle weights and stuff and like weigh ourselves down all heavy.
That's how I sprained my ankle, slipping on ankle weights, literally.
That's what Goku does in Dragon Ball Z. He uses ankle weights. I'm just saying.
Well, that's a very effective exercise. They taught me that in cardiac rehab after I had my bypass operation. I was recovering. The hardest exercise I did was the step ups with ankle weights, and at the end I was doing 25 pounds of ankle weights on the ankles, and I was just doing 30 step ups with my right foot, 30 step ups with my left foot, and when they're monitoring your heart when you do it, and that will spike your heart rate. I promise you. And and the guys were amazed that I was doing it, but it was like, yeah, I was like determined to get healthier no matter what. So I was just like, I will suffer for this, and after they walk me for, they put you up on a treadmill for, 15 or 20 minutes, and then you immediately do step ups, man, your heart rate just spikes. So if you have stairs in your house, and just get some ankle weights and you can really get, a good workout. Just taking 30 steps with each foot up and down a stair.
Oh yeah.
With ankle weights. It will spike your heart rate, keep you alive, and you won't have to have a bypass and have your chest ripped open like I did.
I mean, just throwing a backpack on your back with a ton of weight and doing a walk around the neighborhood is going to do wonders for you.
I've been doing that.
I'm with you.
I've been doing that daily for the last 3 weeks, or more, actually longer than that. I've been at this for over a month and a half now.
But yeah, stairs is awesome because you're going up vertical. So you got to pull your whole weight up vertical and bring
And
it
you
back
have to
down.
balance it too. You
Yeah.
have to balance.
All right, guys. So here's scale number 2. This one was measured in grams. All right, this is a food scale, and it's measured in grams.
Are you weighing your
And
rifle on this
came
food
out
scale?
at 5.9 pounds.
With the bipod and the magazine, this is empty, no ammunition.
Yeah, no ammunition. Actually, I took the bipod off. So.
Oh, you cheating.
I'm inclined to believe you. I just.
Well, the bipod didn't.
So wait, what is the weight with the bipod off?
5.9 pounds.
I would be inclined to believe that a gun company is probably going to overstate the poundage.
Yeah, that's with the mag.
I would think that gun companies would probably overstate poundage just
Why
so
would
that they don't.
Why would they do that
understate.
instead of putting in the correct poundage?
Because they don't want to understate. What is going on here?
Yeah,
Yeah, I can understand over engineering, but not putting in the
What's up,
how much the thing
fuckers?
weighs doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, it weighs what it weighs.
Yeah, but they're concerned about however hell they manufacture their shit. Like, I bet they don't have a ton of control over the end
from-
weight. They
I
probably have
found
a pound
another
slippage.
source. I found another source for 2016 model specifically. It lists the weight for that rifle at 7 pounds, 0.75.
No,
we need to buy Hottie a new scale.
Almost 8 pounds.
No, that's wrong. There's no way this fucking thing is 8 pounds.
I'm just saying this is like right from Mossberg's website.
Well, they're wrong.
Did you like go in and like hollow out the
His
stock?
rifle has been doing step ups and it lost weight.
That could be. That
Did you go hollow out the stock or something like that on the rifle? Is that what you did?
Yeah,
like you went
yeah,
and took
totally.
a bunch of material
Are
out of
you
it?
sure you got the
Totally.
patrol and not
He
the
took out the
scout?
bolt carrier group to clean it and forgot to put it back in.
Yep. But yeah, the bolt's not in there, and yeah.
Oh wait,
actually,
it's a bolt action.
actually, it's not even in the stock. I took it out of the stock, and I'm just weighing the action. Yeah.
Did you like
Maybe
also
he
cut
got
the
the
barrel
used-
down?
You got the
Did you cut-
used version.
Oh, totally.
Did you make
totally.
it an
I
SBR?
chopped it. It's a total SBR now.
Yeah, right on.
You got the youth version by mistake.
You know what? That's how I lost all that weight on this fucking thing. It's because I cut it off the barrel, man.
I get it.
Shit. What the
It
hell
has
is
an
that thing?
adjustable trigger in it. Have you played with that? Have you adjusted the trigger yet?
Not yet. No, I just got this fucking thing today, 5 hours ago. You know.
And you've
What the
already
fuck? Hopefully
SBR'd
you're
it.
not already doing a trigger job, dude. Like,
He's too busy weighing it.
I haven't even cleaned the son of a bitch yet.
Well, if you change
yours
the
doesn't
spring,
have an adjustable stock, right? It's
if you
not
change
that.
the springs on that trigger, that's going to drop
No,
a pound
there,
at
there,
least.
there is no adjustable stock.
Okay, because there is like an MVP one that's called the Flex that has like an M4 stock.
Oh,
Well, that's probably the one.
I
with
just
the
wanted to make
weight
sure.
extra. That's probably the one with the weight that you're talking about, because this stock is, yeah, very, very light.
It's the stock. It's
Hey,
the
I
stock
have a
that's
question. I have a question. If you guys have the chance to answer it.
Shoot.
Oh, we're not answering questions. No,
We're just arguing about scale.
Oh, no questions. No questions.
We're arguing about answers. We're not arguing about questions.
Go ahead.
What? Go ahead. Speak, man.
Speak.
No, I'm getting a Vepr in 7.62 by 54R. I'm gonna buy it next week, but the price tag is $822. Does that seem?
That's not bad.
Okay.
For 7.62 by 54R.
Check Classic Firearms and see what they're selling them for, because they have them. Is that where you're buying it from?
No, I'm getting it from deguns.net, but I did check Classic, and they have them for actually a little bit more than DE Guns.
Oh, well, if
I was
you're
gonna
beating
say-
Classic, then you know.
A lot of times I've seen Veprs in 7.62 by 54R. It's usually closer to $1,000. So if you're down in the 800s, that's a pretty good deal.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm trying to get it before this fucking ban takes place right here in California.
Because that's a sniper rifle.
Right on.
There's no such thing.
I know, exactly. That's the argument. Again, jokes. Get the jokes.
I'm still trying to get. Well, I'll start laughing when you send me $250,000.
Well,
So the price tag is okay.
You're gonna
then,
keep
right?
waiting to laugh. No, the
All
price
right.
tag is wrong. Bob Barker would not support that price tag.
Gold-plated switches, and there's a lot of switches in that board, and all of them are gold-plated.
Well, let's just melt it down and get the gold out of it.
That would be one way, but I already have gold bars, so I'll just wait for those to be valuable and sell.
So
those
tell
instead
me
of keeping
your
Trident.
tell me your gold and silver, your economic bubble. What pisses off G-Webs? I want to hear this.
No, it doesn't. I don't think it pisses off G-Webs. He just says his gun channel's not, debt bubble channels or something. But
okay.
I'm just pointing out that the Deutsche Bank is gonna, they've got we're gonna have cascading bond defaults and derivative unwinds, and we basically what happened was. G-Web asked a question: if Hillary Clinton is elected, when is she going to ban guns? When is she going to deal with guns? And I said she's not going to have time because the economy is going to collapse, and she's going to have bigger things to worry about than guns.
Right.
And then that's how me and Yankee started going. He's saying there's no such thing as a debt bubble. He totally just no brain. I could say cascading bond defaults and derivative unwinds, and I could explain that Deutsche Bank has $1 trillion in assets and $75 trillion in derivative exposures to credit default swaps and interest rate swaps, and he doesn't even understand what that means. That the whole banking system will get plowed under by the market. He's like, well, who gets paid the money? It's just I can't believe how ignorant some people are. It's like everybody that subscribes to his channel is just stupider for having hit the subscribe button. They instantly turn to stupid jelly as soon as they hit the subscribe button.
I was having a conversation with somebody like not necessarily the same, but similar when I was talking about if we take any more hits on our debt rating, that's going to affect the bond market and it's going to affect our treasury bills. And people didn't get what that meant. And I was like, well, if they lower our bond rating, that means the interest rates are going to fly on those bills or whatever it is. Those interest-bearing vehicles are going to have to go up with their interest rates, which is going to affect us in what we can carry as debt. Meaning, because everybody brings up the argument of, well, nobody's going to call up our debt. No, of course they're not going to call up our debt. They're just not going to buy the debt, which means they're going to have to increase the interest on those debt-bearing vehicles.
We can't even afford the interest payments anyway.
Exactly. So once you have a situation where we're already not paying back the interest, and if we get our rating lowered anymore, that's just going to cause interest rates to skyrocket.
Well, you were talking about hyperinflation, but look at Japan. It's a zombie economy. They have 0% interest rates. They're real. It's just the future is. I'm saying the only way they're going to be able to explain this to the American people when the debt bubble pops is to start a war.
Right.
And we have the economy is bad because the economy is bad because they printed more currency than there's money to pay for to cover on the planet. They've borrowed more money than exists on the planet.
Which and to factor that into the reality of it, they have printed more money than they can pay back the interest for what they've printed. Right, that's the larger issue, is that they have no ability to actually make good on those deals. So they're taking out credit to pay down credit.
They don't understand. I say there's for every $100 you have in deposit in the bank has 3 cents.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And
the fractional.
The fractional. They don't understand what that means.
People don't understand that.
Fractional reserve lending. I said fractional reserve lending, and he does his bullshit.
They don't understand it because
the world has a normalcy bias. The world has a normalcy bias.
Yep. I mean, fractional. Even in a situation where we had perfect debt payoff ratio, like all of the bills that were purchased, we pay them back in exactly the terms of those bills and those bonds. The fact that there are bonds and that there are interest-bearing vehicles means that there is not $100 in the bank for the $100 that you deposited. That's in itself the basis of that system. The fractional banking is fundamentally a huge issue that nobody considers.
And people do consider it, and that's why I'm buying gold and silver. And so, this is why I have this panic button on here. You see the panic button?
Right.
And so it's like, when people say don't talk about gold or silver, well, I posted a link on the gunchannels.com/prepper, where from JM Bullion, where that you can buy silver, 10 ounces of silver at the spot price, and you don't have to pay any premium.
Which is good. That's a good deal.
Yeah, so that's why I posted it, because and I thought, at least you can have 10 ounces of silver, so when the shit hits the fan, you'll be able to trade it for something, and it's just I don't have more than 10 ounces myself, I'll tell you, and I'm trying to stock up as much as I can, silver and gold, but
I've got a good supply of silver. I just don't have a lot of gold, and I think that's a failure on my end, but at the same time, like, I think that if things were to go really bad, I think silver is going to be more liquid for a period of time, for a large period of time.
Well, there's the gold to silver ratio, but it's that it's cheaper. And the problem is, I have one of my things is 100-ounce bar, and so they were saying, no, that's too much, that's too big, nobody will buy it, And she said, the girl at the local gold shop says, I don't know anybody that wants to buy a 100-ounce bar. It'll be a doormat or something. It'll be a doorstop, or a paperweight. Like, well, but I could trade it for a house or something.
Can you not cut it and then sell half of it? Oh.
Yeah, but you lose validity when you do that.
Yeah, it's basically and the problem is, if you take it to a shop and trade it for currency, then they have to issue 1099 and report it to the government on how much currency they gave you, and then you have to pay capital gains tax on it. But if I have enough silver to trade for like real estate, then it's just a swap, and I don't have to report it to the government as income. So hopefully I could trade it for real estate when the time comes, but or something that
so no matter what, even if you're doing all this with the precious metals and whatnot, you're still getting fucked by the government when it comes time to
when it comes to large exchanges. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you can do exchanges, for real estate for metal, and because it's not in dollars, it's just a swap. They won't necessarily tax it as income.
Right, but once you pay out something that's like almost a currency,
yeah,
you're gonna get hit.
See, where's my? I have a silver bomb video, but where's my 100-ounce bar? I think I gotta. Yeah, let's see. I'll do a screen share if I can. My baby. Here it is. There you go.
Hey Hawks, when are we gonna link up and go to the shooting range, man?
Oh, dude, we need to make a bunch of videos out of it.
I just want to say I found the rifle that Too Hottie bought. It must be the Mossberg LC MVP, which stands for light chassis. Because they list that one at weighing only 8 pounds. That is 7.
No, you're completely wrong.
They list their light chassis rifle as weighing more than like the regular MVP. So
I think we need to send.
I actually saw videos of that, and it just looks heavier because I think that chassis is like an aluminum chassis or something.
I think he bought like an ISIS MVP, like it's like a Turkish knockoff MVP.
Oh, totally.
We need to send Mossberg a letter about this.
The P in MVP is Persian. Most valuable Persian.
No, I'm just like, for real though. I'm definitely curious about your about how it shoots, like at 100 yards, like how you're gonna break in that barrel, and like what load you're gonna be shooting out of it. And
I don't know how I'm gonna break in this barrel. First bolt gun, so I don't really fucking know.
Like, now a lot of people tell you like, oh, your barrel's not going to shoot heavy bullets accurately. Well, that's a 16-inch barrel with a 1-in-9 twist. Yeah. So I would probably stay on the lighter side.
That's a short barrel for a bolt action. I mean, my CZ is 18.5-inch.
I would stay on at 62 grains and under probably.
I was kind of thinking, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. 62 max.
Just because even though like a 18-inch or a 20-inch 1 in 9 twist seems to like really stabilize 70 grain and stuff just fine for me, but you might want to try it just for shits and giggles. Load up some like 72 grain, batch ammo. Load up some larger rounds and see how it shoots. You still might shoot fine out of that 1 in 9, man. You don't know until you try.
Yep.
But out of longer 1 in 9 inch twist barrels and out of some bolt actions, I've had good luck with heavier bullets. But all those bolt actions have longer barrels. They all have like 22 or 23 inch barrels.
Yeah. So
they seem to stabilize like even 75 grain just fine at 100 yards. I don't get any keyholing or anything. They shoot accurate. So.
Was somebody eating chips?
I don't know who's doing what, but it's pretty loud.
Well, sorry about that. That's probably me.
But yeah, I'd be curious to see what you're gonna load up. What are you gonna load up first? Just some 55 grain stuff?
I don't know. I got some 55 grain Hornadies, and I also got some 62 grain Hornadies.
You can.
I'm not sure what I'm gonna do first with this fucker.
If I was you, what's really fun about like the 1 in 9 inch twist barrels is to go light on your bullets and get some like 40 grain or 42 grain like varmint rounds or something.
Right.
And build some like really fast, hard hitting varmint rounds that are flying out of your little 16-inch barrel at over 3,200, 3,400 feet per second.
Dude, the guy at the gun shop recommended a load to me for SST. It was something SST, and he showed me pictures of dudes shooting and those motherfuckers just explode.
Right now, like, I'm not going to tell anyone to do this, but like, definitely don't do this. Just don't do it. But right now I've been loading up 55 grain Hornady soft points, and I've been pushing them over 3,400 feet per second out of a 16-inch barrel. And then when I shoot them out of a 20-inch barrel, they're a little over like 3,600 feet per second. Like 3610 coming out of a 20-inch barrel. And when they hit those soft points going at that speed, oh boy, I mean, they fragment like so hard, and they just like, you're really lucky to find anything left of that bullet. And it's devastating to see him in action.
That's moving, man.
What's that?
You ever seen a varmint grenade?
A varmint grenade?
Hey, that is another one that he recommended.
Yeah, I got a buddy who loaded those up. He went prairie dog hunting. He literally exploded them. Like, that's
is that just like a ballistic tip or what?
I want to say yes, but I'm not the one that loaded them up, and I've never used them. I just know that name is not bullshit.
I have some like Hornady varmint ballistic tip, like 55 and it's like 55 and 42, I think are the 2 grains I have, and they're just like the red polymer tipped ballistic tip varmint rounds.
Yeah, his were 50.
Those explode varmints pretty good.
Speaking of explosions,
one of the videos the dude showed me, the guy actually hit the ground in front of the fucker, and it sent the little thing flying 10 feet into the air. I mean,
that's what we do.
Yeah.
Speaking of explosions, there's been a bomb blast outside a police station in southeastern Turkey after they arrested some Kurds.
Who cares?
Yeah.
That's Turkey. But that's how I hunt varmints here. Is like the most common way, especially with the 22, is I never shoot at them. I shoot right in front of them.
I let the frag.
Yeah, I let that bullet impact the ground and fragment up, and it's devastating like a shotgun to them. It really is. It's like you hit them with a little mini shotgun.
This was a car bomb outside a police station after they detained 15 Kurdish leaders.
That's why you don't fuck with Kurds. They fight
Yeah,
back.
it's kind of sad, man. It's kind of sad. It really is because people are dying and our
Well,
fucking
it's
government-
like and it's like the Turks are bombing the Kurds, who are the people we're supposed to be supporting, and it's like we're fighting with the Iranians and in Mosul with the Iranian pro-Iranian militia in Mosul, while the pro-Iranian Yemenis are shooting silkworm missiles at our ships in the Red Sea.
Our government just wants to
I don't know
fuel-
if they're doing. I don't
Our
know if they're
government just
shooting
wants to
them
fuel
missiles
terrorism, dude. I'm serious.
Well,
That's documented. So yeah.
I think they gave up shooting silkworm missiles at our ships because the Navy figured out how to jam them.
No, the Navy figured out how to drop a fucking Tomahawk on their targeting facility.
Well, they fired 3 missiles at a ship sitting right there, and they all missed. So, and it was an Aegeus. It's one of
Our
those
government is
Aegeus
fucking fueling shit on a day-to-day basis. Our
And
government is fueling the shit on a day-to-day basis. Why do you think
We're
they
doing
have
what?
problems with Russia? Why do you
Doing
think our
what on a
government has
day-to-day? What are
I
we
said-
doing on a day-to-day basis?
we are fueling those fucking attacks on a day-to-day basis. Our government is fueling those attacks on a day-to-day basis.
Well,
I'm
no,
not
all we
gonna
did was
pretend
sell
to
the
know
Saudi